We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Good morning everybody. Welcome to Sunday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company this morning. How are you? It's the London Marathon today, so good luck everyone who's taking part. I would have taken part, I'd have liked to have taken part, but they asked me to be here and frankly, I would rather, although I did still carb up last night and this morning as if I was running. So anyway, it's not such a miserable day out there as it was yesterday, but I still hope you'll stay and keep me company this morning and enjoy all the lovely fabrics, products and guests that we've got coming up. Now, we all love a mystery. The Angela Lansbury style mysteries, but also a fabric mystery I particularly like. And our early bird this morning is a fabric mystery. Yeah, it is our mystery fat quarter pack of 10 fat quarters. Fat quarter, if you've never bought a fat quarter before, my goodness me, where have you been? It's about 18 inches by 21 inches each piece. Now, at the moment, £29.95 for 10 fat quarters. That works out at £2.95 per fat quarter, so around £12 a metre. For designer fabric, it's a great price. It's a terrific price. If we saw that at a show, we'd think it was a bargain. However, it's an early bird special. It goes lower than that. We know what happens here. That arrow's going down, down, down. £19.99, £1.99 per fat quarter. That's a bit more like it. Under £10 per metre. I've got packs of fat quarters right here. Here it is, the mystery fat quarter pack of 10. I'm going to grab some out. I'm ruining the mystery here, aren't I? But this is very close to my heart at the moment. Look at this, bit of a farmyard theme. Let me have a, Obviously these are all folded up. Let me show you what a fat quarter looks like actually. Fat quarters are basically the original pre-cut, aren't they? They're a quilter's favourite because you get a decent sized piece of fabric. It is cut with the selvage on one side. It's basically 1/2 metre this way. And then the piece of fabric is split down the middle to create an almost square piece of fabric. It's about 18 inches by 21 inches. That's the basic size. Now for something, let's think about what we can make with a fat quarter or fat quarters. Brilliant for piecing. Brilliant for patchwork, of course, that's why quilters love them so much. But also just as a whole piece of fabric, great to back a cushion or the front of a cushion, depending on which fat quarter we're talking about. You could use it for doing things like making a book wrap or a book cover. You could also use it to make a bag or combine a couple to make a bag. That would be really fun. You could also use these on their own to create things like table mats. That would work really well. Now, within your mystery pack, you're going to get 10 fat quarters. Now, we don't know which fat quarters you're going to get. That's why it's a mystery. But they will all be from ranges that we've had on Sewing Street. They're all different, wide variety of different fabrics. Some patterns, some tone-on tones. I love this spot that we've got here. This is sort of distressed spot. A little bit of a distressed spot there. I think that's a fabulous bit of fabric there. All sorts of things here. This is rather lovely too. Now remember that your fat quarters won't necessarily look like this, probably won't. It's a random selection. This one's got little pigs on it. Really love that. That's a fun fabric. And then there's another one which is a little bit sort of farm themed as well. Very appropriate for me. Remember, this is all just from one pack. Look, we've got gorgeous butterflies. We've got a couple actually with butterflies on there. This one has got, it's all about books. So that would be great for doing a book cover with, or a book pillow. Have a look on my YouTube channel actually. There's a book pillow pattern there, video, all free. Lovely stars and swirls, really like that, and a little fun paisley. So a real mixture in each pack. You're getting 10 fat quarters. That equates to 2.5 meters of fabric. So 2.5 meters of fabric for less than £20. That's an absolute bargain. Beautiful quality, of course, 100% cotton. And another little tip I'm going to give you is, what about backings for your quilts? Particularly like a pieced backing on a quilt, adds a bit of variety. It's also a great way of using fabrics that maybe you don't want to use on the front. I mean, you can't like every fabric. Unless you're me, I like almost every fabric. But, you know, if there are some ones in there that you wouldn't necessarily have chosen, you can gift them, you can use them for the backs of quilts, piece them together, make a big 9 patch, anything like that. I'm being tidy today. I've got my sensible glasses on and I'm going to be tidy boy all day. That's my promise to myself. So that's one of the fat quarter bundles that you might receive. Who knows? Let's have a look at another one, shall we? I'm drawn to this. Remember, you're going to pay £3.95 postage and packing, and that doesn't matter whether you're buying 1 mystery bundle or 10 mystery bundles. But also, once you've paid that £3.95, that's it for the rest of the day. A message across the bottom from Rita. Morning. Will the fat quarters all be patterned, or could there be some plains? Thanks. Well, I mean, we got 4 bundles at random and none of them have got any plains in. So I suspect that they'll be patterned. There are obviously some that are like tone on tone. For example, in this pack, look, you've got this one. Now, it's not a plain. It's got a speckle. Can you see? Can you see that there? It's got like a bit of a speckle on. And there's another one in the same pack in a lighter green. See, now I think that's lovely. This one has got, very nice. I'm already seeing an avocado there appearing before my eyes. I'm not just saying avocado randomly. We have got a fabulous book that I'm going to show you very shortly that has a pattern to make a quilt block with an avocado on it. I'm not even kidding. Love this kind of like Aboriginal art. Dots, that's fab. Some really vibrant kind of feathers there. There's a bit of paisley. This is a nice little kind of ditzy stripe. Now, what about if you like making quilts for charity? Linus quilts or quilts for care leavers. That's a beautiful floral. Like that very much. That's really nice. And you see, you could easily, like these two together, I think those work really well. In fact, those three work very nicely together. Now, of course, if you're multi-buying, the opportunities to mix and match and create some really nice sort of looks is even bigger. Even bigger. We've got some rulers actually in the first hour that are called Scrap Crazy rulers. They would be fun to use. They would be fun to use in conjunction with these mystery fat quarters. Also, of course, I keep mentioning Christmas. I can't help myself. But I always think Secret Santas, a little pair of fat quarters, makes a very, very nice gift. You see? I always like to make little pairings when it's a mystery bundle to say, well, there's a little drawstring gift bag. There's another one, you know, or a little lunch bag or a purse or a wallet. So loads of different options there. I'm even going to throw in little, I mean there, that's a sweet. Very, very sweet. So let's have a look at another little bundle. Remember, yours are going to be completely random, as these are. You just never know what you're going to get. That's the fun. Let's have a look at this one. This one has lots of lights in it. And I'm particularly intrigued by this fabric here that has poodles on it. What's not to love about that? Poodles and polka dots. There's also, this fabric absolutely is from the same range, isn't it? This is sort of like, is this Paris maybe? Oh, there's a bit of kissing going on. Goodness gracious. On a Sunday, there'll be emails. Do let me know what you're doing today, won't you? I mean, obviously watching Sewing Street for the whole morning, please. But it would be wonderful if you email in and let us know what you're doing. Little paisley. Some more farming fabrics. Like that very much. These would be great too for I Spy quilts. So if you've never made an I Spy quilt before, they're one of my favourite quilts to make for children. So with an I Spy quilt, what you do is you pick a shape. It could be a simple square, it could be rectangles, hexagons are popular as well. And then you cut those shapes out of, if you like, feature fabrics. So for example, you know, you might have your hexagon cut out of the dog, and then you might have a hexagon which features a basket of eggs or a poodle. And then you put these all together in a quilt, maybe with some solids, maybe with some tone on tones. And then when you've made that quilt, you can then sit down with children and play I Spy. And depending on their age and depending on kind of where you want to go with it, you can say things like, can you find a puppy? Or can you find an animal with 4 legs? Can you find something pink? Can you find a star? Can you find, you know, something beginning with L? So there's all sorts of different ways depending on the age of the child and their ability. This one, gosh, look at this. Look at that. That's great that you're getting that included. I mean, that's absolutely the front of a book pillow, isn't it? Ready-made. Ready-made. Lovely message across the bottom. Good to see you again on the air. You're a breath of fresh air. Oh, thanks, Anila. That's lovely. Oh, Norfolk. Norfolk, I'm coming for you next weekend. I'm going to be in Norfolk Friday. The gallery are being very rowdy this morning, saying, everybody in Norfolk, now's your chance, get out. Charming. Charming. No, I am. I'm visiting Norfolk Quilters next weekend for a talk and a workshop. So I can't wait because I used to live in Norfolk and I used to teach just outside Norwich. So it'll be lovely to come along. Oh, and there's gnomes as well in that bundle. How cute. Can you find a gnome? So that's our early bird special. 10 mystery fat quarters in a bundle, all beautiful cotton, all designers. Great little bargain, that $19.99. Remember, you can multi-buy, and it's one postage and packing. Lots of you are multi-buying today. Don't blame you at all. Great way of building up your stashing, getting a few different fabrics in there. But plenty more on the hour. Plenty more on the hour. Let's go to the menu, shall we, and see what's coming up. So this morning, 8 a.m, it's best-selling tools and, of course, our early bird. And then at 9 a.m, we've got the Harvest collection with Dawn Taylor. Dawn and I have already bonded. Fantastic guest, and she's got brand new fabric panels with a Harvest theme. Then at 10 a.m, we're looking through fabric collections. We've got some absolutely beautiful bundles, fabrics by the half metre too, don't miss that. At 11 a.m, Dawn Taylor's back with the Amy Shawl Bag. This is absolutely stunning, loving this bag. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Kits Revisited, a bit of a last chance to snap up a gorgeous quilt kit. Now, people are already checking out on kits from that show, actually. So do remember, you can pre-order anything at all. Do just jump onto the website, have a look ahead and see what you can find. Now then, we love you to get in touch with us at the studio. Makes our day. Just message us, studio@sewingstreet.com. Of course, you can also contact us through Facebook at Sewing Street TV. And of course, if you need to get in touch with customer service, go to www.sewingstreet.com or just dial that number and you'll get through to our UK-based customer service. Now, of course, it's possible to pre-order on the website. Let's have a little look at the website. There it is, www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live and there we are. There we are. There we are. Oh, at last, good. You can send a message by looking on the right. Hello, well, hello there. And then down below, you'll see our bestsellers. And then you'll get 2 rows, 2 columns, today's items and pre-order. You can see there already those wonderful Harvest panels. I'd shop ahead if I was you. They are already flying. So there's a bundle actually where you can make a great saving. If you haven't got time to spend all morning with us, or if you need to take the dog out for a little walk, don't forget you can always hop on and pre-order. And then of course you can just sit back and relax and enjoy the demos. There's some great demos coming up. Look at all this wonderful stuff coming up. We've even got some beautiful scarves to add to your bag. Some really lovely fabrics. I'm loving that Ladies Legacy bundle on the left. That has got me written all over it. In the boot of my car, please, Elliot. Not you, the fabric. Also loving the Moda Lulu, beautiful. Harvest Whisper, very nice for this time of year. We've got some lovely autumny themed fabrics. And then, of course, Anna Maria Horner as a mega bundle, also by the half metre. My top pick, actually, is the Wildflowers in burnt orange and swamp. I'm not so keen on the name there, swamp, but it is a beautiful, beautiful fabric. Okay. Let's start with my favourite thing actually on the show this morning. I hope you're going to love it too. I love foundation paper piecing. Now I know it's a bit marmitey and I know it divides a lot of quilters between the loves and the loves not, but I believe everybody should learn to foundation paper piece because it's such a useful technique to have. And in fact, there are many, many blocks that you can't make any other way. If you need a tutorial video, by the way, I've done a tutorial video on foundation paper piecing on YouTube. You can watch that. There's even a guest appearance by my beautiful cat Hebe at the end, which is worth sticking around for. Beautiful. It's 100 paper pieced quilt blocks. Now, every single block in the book finishes at 6 inches. I'm just going to show you here. Look at this. A raccoon, love it. A puffin, an owl, a bolt of lightning. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? I bet there's a wizard's hat in there somewhere too. You know, I'm gonna get to the avocado if I possibly can, because that was one of my favourites. I also love the pie. I made you a pie. Popcorn, ice cream, donuts. And of course, these are 6-inch blocks, but there is no reason why you shouldn't enlarge a pretzel, a pizza slice. Come on, there's the avocado. Who doesn't love a bit of avocado on toast? Do love it, do love it. A little squeeze of lime, bit of coriander. Sunglasses. I mean, what a great cool quilt to make. Just all different kinds of sunglasses featuring different frames, different backgrounds. Use your solids, use your print fabrics. There's so much choice. And if you wanted to make personalised quilts for friends, little book covers, little bags that you wanted to put a feature on, Christmas tree decorations as well. You could pick out favourite items, very timely, the pumpkin. And actually, you know, all of the foundations are very, very straightforward. Very straightforward. None of them have anything awkward to do on them. And I mean, even a section like this down at the bottom where there are a number of pieces, this is the point of foundation paper piecing, that it means you can make these really complex looking shapes, but very, very easily. So start with something nice and simple. And the jam jar's fun, I like that. Gosh. It's really clever. The teapot, again, imagine, you know, your favourite collection of fabrics, or maybe you've got a collection of your favourite kind of fabric. Create a wall hanging or a quilt just featuring one motif and all your favourite fabrics in it, like the, oh look, teapot, coffee mug, jars of jam. I'm thinking a dresser, the rolling pin. I mean, just lovely. Really fun. Bake-Off's back on, of course. You might have a baking fan. The tea bag is terrific. Love it. Coffee pots as well. There's a teacup and saucer. So really, really useful, this. Love the cactus. Again, very on trend. Very on trend. That's fun, isn't it? Love all the fruit as well. The watermelon's great. So these are all foundation paper piece. We've got some sewing themed ones too. Look at that terrific sewing machine, old-fashioned sewing machine, with the base and a little bit of fabric there going under the needle. And then you've got a vintage iron, thread and spool. You get the needle too. That is awesome. The scissors, and they're so well done. Really, really clever. I mean, of course, there is a slew of foundation paper pieced blocks on the internet that you can get for free. But this is a fantastic and really useful selection. £15.99, that is absolutely brilliant. Was it 16 pence per pattern? 16 pence per pattern. That is terrific value. Yeah. I think what's great about the what's been done here, actually, and these are from all sorts of different designers, is that they've been grouped together in very, very useful sections. Stuff in the kitchen, baking, fruit, foods, sewing items. Very useful. Got a little review to share with you from FIFO. And this is from Crafter in Northumberland. The 100 Paper Piece Quilt Blocks book is a delight. If you need inspiration to make a quilt, a tote bag, wall hanging, you're sure to find it here. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. That was from just 3 days ago. So that, I think, is a terrific book. Really good. Great book, that. Look at that cute little bag. Absolutely makes it. Now, one of the things which is super useful if you're going to be doing foundation piecing is foundation piecing paper. Now, this is from the queen of foundation piecing, Carol Doak. And Carol Doak's book, Show Me How to Paper Piece, is an industry classic. If you've never seen the book, have a look for it. Carol Doak's Show Me How to Paper Piece. Now, when you're doing foundation paper piecing, if you've never done it before, if you have, you're sewing your fabrics to a piece of printed paper, which you're then going to tear off at the end. Now, using proper foundation paper, it's very light. There's no shrinking, there's no curling, there's no turning brittle either. Very, very lightweight. It's not going to create bulk, particularly when you're joining lots of sections or you've got lots of seams coming in the same place. And it's also non-coated as well, so things aren't going to slip and slide on it. You're getting 100 sheets. It can go through your printer, your computer printer. So what you can do then is scan your design into your computer from the book, and then load your paper into your tray and print off as many copies as you need. And probably a lot of them you'll be able to fit 2 blocks per page. Just have a little play around. Now, Susie Duncan was demonstrating the other day. So here's Susie Duncan making the rainbow. She's used the paper, she's scanned it in, printed it out, and then foundation pieced. And that's what she made. Absolutely gorgeous. And then the paper's going to tear out really easily at the end of it all. And that, that is the bit. That is the bit that you want. You want it to be torn away really nice and easy. Another top tip there is to use a shorter than normal stitch length. I mean, look at that cocktail glass. How on earth would you ever piece that any other way? And this is why I say every quilter, every sewer needs to learn foundation piecing. I've done a little free tutorial video on YouTube. Just search Stuart Hillard foundation piecing. I'm much younger, very skinny. And my beautiful cat Hebe comes running in at the end, and she's super cute. It's worth watching just for that. So that's the Carol Doak foundation paper, £14.99. Now then, last thing, Carol Doak and I both recommend the add a quarter ruler for when you're doing foundation paper piecing. Carol Doak's folding and trimming method is the only one I use and recommend for foundation piecing. I also show it in my video. Use the add a quarter ruler. You've got 2 in here, a short one, very useful for smaller blocks, and a larger one. Imagine if you're making something like a big mariner's compass block. Having the really long one will be useful. And this is what you're going to use to add a quarter to your seam allowance. So essentially there's a little lip on the back, and this is at 1/4 of an inch. There's a little lip just here, running along here, okay, like a curb. And what you're going to do then is, I always use a postcard, but essentially you'll lay this on top of your block. You'll fold your paper foundation back, leaving the fabric behind. Line this up so that you're just leaving 1/4 of an inch of your fabric and rotary cut. So it just then, when you take it away, there's just 1/4 of an inch left of your fabric rather than a big weird shape hanging off the edge. The easiest way to understand how these work is to watch a little video, but great price, that £24.99. This is the kind of thing you buy once in a lifetime and they'll last you forever, so long as you don't lend them to friends. You've obviously got to look after them, don't lose them, don't drop them, but they're absolutely brilliant, really good ruler. And so the combination, I think, of the 100 Paper Piece Quilt Blocks book, the Carol Doak foundation piecing paper and the ruler If you've never tried foundation piecing or you think it's not for me, try that. I think you'll enjoy it. Now then, what should we do next? We've got a lovely Aurifil necessities pack. Not many left of this, so you will need to be quick. What you've got in there are 4 reels. On each one, you've got 1,300 metres. And really, they are the very best colours for piecing. You've got a white, you've got a pale grey, you've got a warmer cream, and then you've got a black there, which is a great range of colours for piecing. I can't help myself looking inside the box. I'll just show you what you get. There we go. There they are. So you've got a nice creamy taupe, a white, a silver and a black. And this is going to work on any sewing machine, this reel. You've got 1,300 metres, so I mean it's going to last you a really long time. Use it on the bobbin as well, bobbin and top. Really lovely thread that. A lot of fans for Aurifil. A lot of fans for Aurifil. It's a great thread. We're very, very limited though on those threads. We'll get more in the future, but if you want to secure yours, grab it now. £32.99. That's for your Aurifil Necessities House Collection. Now, if you like big spools of thread, and frankly, I like big spools and I cannot lie, we have got a very, very beautiful collection. This is the Quilter's Patch thread collection from Aurifil. This is absolutely gorgeous. It is so pretty. Lovely range of colours. Now, this range of threads was put together to complement Edita Sitar from Laundry Basket Quilts, a particular book that she did. But the colours in here are absolutely wonderful. You've got this wonderful taupe and a deeper sort of almost mushroom colour. Now these are great neutrals for either piecing or for quilting. I use taupe and cream so much when I'm quilting. Would work very, very well with Tilda fabrics, would work very well with repros. I think this would also work really well with something like Kaif, particularly these sorts of colours, and also Tula, if you're a fan. And then you've also got these lovely kind of fashion colours, if you like. This wonderful deep gold, a very, very lovely leaf green, a deep rose pink and a turquoise. Again, absolutely perfect for top stitching, for piecing, for machine quilting as well. And also another thing I would use these for is blanket stitching when you're doing machine applique. It's a lovely weight, it's a 50 weight thread, so a little bit thicker. You're going to get lovely definition on your appliques with this. Now each of these reels is 1,300 metres. So there is a massive amount of thread in this pack. Absolutely massive. It's brand new today. It's very, very giftable too. I love a gift for myself. Every day I come in, I look and think, oh, shall I? That's rather nice. I could find a room for that. And then before I leave, they have to pat me down, just to make sure. Oh, I'm not doing a very good job putting this away. I'm trying to be tidy today. No, I'm going to leave them out. I'm going to leave them out. I'm not being tidy. I hope your Sunday morning started well. Are you running in the London Marathon later? You should probably get your pumps on and tie up your hair. We've got a message, an email. Good morning, Stuart and studio and the lovely gallery. They are lovely, actually. Today I'm mostly going to be watching Sewing Street. There may be some knitting and there may be some sewing, but I have the house to myself with little dog Reggie as the hubby and son are off to Liverpool for the match. Hurrah! House to myself, choices, choices. Have a good day, Carolyn. Oh, Carolyn, what a lovely message. Thank you. Well, I hope whoever your husband and son support do a great job and everyone comes home happy. I hope you have a wonderful day. I mean, so long as you're doing something you love with Reggie the dog, I mean, nothing nicer. Bit of sewing, bit of knitting. Now, let's have a look. I mentioned earlier on some rulers from Creative Grids. This is the 6-inch non-slip Scrap Crazy. So what you're getting here are 4 template shapes. They're from Creative Grids. They're non-slip, so they have the same features that the other Creative Grids rulers have. And these are the shapes you're going to cut. I'm going to grab them out just so you can see. This is a most marvellous scrap buster. Am I allowed to open this as well? All this plastic. I'm going to open it because I want you to see at home what you're getting. You're getting these 4 different rulers. Oh, this is lovely. I'm liking this. I'm liking this very much. Ooh, now then, this is going to make my head hurt. How do they go together? So I'm going to put this one here, and this one goes here. It's like, it's not Jenga, is it? What is it called when you have the different shapes and you can make all sorts out of them? A tangram. A tangram. There we go. So you'll use these to cut up. Now, it could be your scraps. I would suggest use your scraps. It could be your mystery fat quarters. Don't forget our early bird special today are those 10 mystery fat quarters. Cut them up, and what I would do is I would layer a number of different scraps together and then cut out these shapes, rotary cut around them. You've got your 1/4 inch seam allowance already included. And then literally just mix up your stack. Now, if you do a stack of 4 fabrics and cut them all out, then what you would do is take the top fabric off one and put it to the bottom. Take the top 2 fabrics off and put them to the bottom. The top 3 fabrics and put them to the bottom and leave that one on top. And then you'll have 4 stacks all ready to go to your sewing machine. And you're going to sew that to that, that to that, and then that to that. You see, if you want to do something that's a bit different to squares and half square triangles and flying geese, this is great. Now, let's have a little look at some inspiration for what you could do. Hannah, our producer, looked up this ruler on Pinterest and look at these gorgeous, look at that. Look at that. Now, I love the way, now bottom left, someone's used template C, which is that sort of, yeah, can you see in the batiks on the left? And just use that one template to create that quilt. That's fantastic. Love that. I think on the second one, the black and white and the blue, what someone's done there is to strip piece a black and white fabric with a turquoise solid first, a thin strip and a wider strip, and then cut the template out. That's a very clever idea. I like that very much. And then template B has been used in the far right to create that gorgeous golden star effect. Very, very clever, that. And I love the creativity that's out there. Did you see that lovely floral crazy in the top left-hand corner as well? Very nice this. For £19.99, you're getting your Creative Grids Non-Slip Scrap Crazy by Karen Montgomery. Very clever and very, very versatile, much more than a crazy block. Although, if you've got scraps, and I suspect you have, this is a great opportunity to use them. There's nothing wrong with having scraps. I've got a house full. But it's nice to use them, isn't it, every once in a while. Fun. So that's your 6-inch. That's going to sell out very quickly, I think. we've also got it in an 8-inch. This isn't just a bigger block actually, by the way. It is bigger, it's 8 inches rather than 6, but it's actually a different template set. I'm just going to grab this one out so you can have a look at the pieces that you're getting. Now this one has 5 shapes in it. I'm just going to unpack them so you can see. So you have got, oh, clever, clever, clever. So you've got an A and a B that are combined in one template. So A is the full length, and then B is up to this line, so you would use a smaller scrap. So that's AB, and then you've got C and you've got D, and they combine. Have a look on the back. I mean, this is fantastic, just made as a block. And what I would do as well is I would scan that or photocopy that and enlarge it, and then use that as a colouring page. Colour it in, plan out your fabrics, possibly or not, but I mean you could plan it out and you could really pick out some lovely patterns that would appear once you start putting your blocks together, what we call secondary designs. I'm already seeing a few popping out. There's like a windmill here, isn't there? Really lovely. That is £22.99, and each of these individual blocks are going to be 8-inch finished. So if you like working at a slightly larger scale, or you've got bigger scraps, I would go for that. I'd go for both of them actually, because I think that's a really, really fantastic idea. So that's the Creative Grids 8-inch, again by Karen Montgomery, for £22.99. Wow, we're going to use up our scraps, I guarantee it, combined with those two crazy block templates and the 100 paper pieced quilt blocks. Great way of using up your scraps, it really is. Now then, let's go to our Alpha rotary cutter. This is the one I have at home. This is the one I've been using for many, many years. I'll tell you why. And I remember when I bought mine, and it was actually quite a lot more than £19.99 when I bought mine. I'm not going to beat about the bush. It's always been the most expensive option, this style, this trigger style. But what I love about it is it's trigger activated. So when I'm going to grab one in fact to show you. So I've got one right here. The blade automatically pops away. So you squeeze the trigger and the blade's exposed. You do your cutting, you put it down and look, the blade's gone. So you can't knock it off the table and it fall on your foot or on the cat or anything else with the blade exposed. You don't have to remember to put the blade away. And that reason alone makes this my rotary cutter of choice. You can lock the blade in the out position. I never do. As soon as you click on that button, the blade goes away. You can also lock it so it can't pop out accidentally. So that's good for when you're traveling. But really, I just trigger activate it and use it. Absolutely great. You've got this little grip along here. This is for your finger to go along. So when you're cutting, if you place your finger there, more control, more pressure, you'll get a cleaner cut. It can be set up for left or right-handers. So if you're a left-hander, you'll just move everything over. There are instructions. It takes standard 45mm blades. So you can use generics, you can use whatever, blades you've got or ones you can find. And you can also change the blade for things like a pinking blade as well. But it really is a terrific thing, and I find it very, very comfortable for cutting, very comfortable in my hand. So this is the one I've always used. We do always have these in stock, but there's quite a wait time sometimes for these. So I think it's a great buy. I've got about 5 rotary cutters. One for upstairs, one for downstairs, studio, travelling, workshop bags. You know how it is. So everybody needs more than one rotary cutter. Now, we have got a guillotine style of rotary cutter. Not for paper though, for fabric. This is very much for fabric. I'm going to turn that around. Now this is the Fiskars rotary cutter and ruler combo. So in a way this acts a little bit like a paper guillotine, but we use it for fabric. So we're going to lay it on top of our fabric, and we have a slider here that slides along. So if you find traditional rotary cutting really hard, or you like to do a lot of strip piecing and quilting with strips, like jelly roll quilting, but you want to be able to make your own, this is a very, very good way of being able to cut lots of small strips or narrow strips. Be useful for classes as well. Maybe you run workshops, maybe you're the head of a group, quilting group. Very useful for that too. Great if you're preparing lots and lots of kits. I know Alison Marion prepares lots of gifts, kilts, or kits rather. Not kilts. She doesn't prepare kilts. She prepares kits using her Fiskars rotary cutter and ruler combo. So that is £64.99. And like I say, that's a great one if you find rotary cutting with a standard rotary cutter uncomfortable or difficult. I think beginners find cutting out quite difficult, don't they? A lot of us, well, I remember when I was starting out, the rotary cutter was completely foreign to me. Very, very odd. But you get used to it. Lots of you watching. Good morning, Stuart, from Julianne. Oh, April's messaged in as well to say, love the 100 paper pieced quilt blocks. Great patterns. Mine arrived last week. Lovely. Morning, everybody. So that's our guillotine. Now then, tucked under here. Now, I'm a big fan of large rulers. I know when we're starting out in quilting, we tend to buy a 6x24 ruler, and for many people, that's the only ruler they ever buy. But if you're in the market for another ruler, then I would always go for a big ruler. Now, this one is 8 inches wide, 8.5 inches, 8.5 inches wide, 8.5 inches wide by 24. So you can still cut the width of your fabric doubled up, and we've got that 24-inch length. But now you can cut 8.5 inch wide easily. That's going to be very, very useful for things like bag making, for borders. Very, very useful for borders. I love the rulers that have the extra ½ inch on, to the extent that I struggle a little bit if I just use an ordinary ruler that's just say 6 inches or 8 inches wide, because I'm so used to having that extra ½ inch. Of course, it's creative grids, so you've got those non-slip circles on the back that are going to hold it nice and firmly on top of your fabric, and you've got all of the important lines marked on there as well. 60-degree angle, 45-degree angle as well. Lots of markings on there to help you with your quilting. So that is £31.99. It's a great addition. It could be if you're just starting out and you're thinking, I need a good rotary cutter. You don't need to go for a 6 inch or a 6.5, go 8.5. Very, very useful. Lots of good functionality in that. Now then, Stripology rulers are very, very popular on Sewing Street. And if you've never seen the concept before, it's essentially like a big ruler that you lay on top of your fabric. Generally, they're designed to work on top of fat quarters or folded fabric. But then what you've got is a series of slots cut all the way across at different widths, and a slot that runs down. So essentially what you will do with that then is lay it on top of your fabric, pop your rotary cutter into one of the slots, and then run it down the slot to cut perfect strips. The fabric doesn't move, the ruler doesn't move, and what you can do is, rather than having to cut one strip and then move the ruler over, you can keep this on top and then just cut, 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 and then you've got loads of strips, either all the same size, or you could cut narrow and wider. Imagine you were making something like a log cabin quilt, where you're going to need hundreds and hundreds of strips, all the same width. Brilliant stripology ruler for that. Absolutely brilliant, because it's going to make your cutting an absolute breeze and accurate. Now then, cut and press. The June Taylor cut and press we love, love, love. Versatility, multifunctioning. This is the one that we've had on Sewing Street for a while now. It's June Taylor's cut and press. Rotary mat rather on one side. Nice big size this, 12 inches by 18 inches. So you've got a self-healing cutting mat right here. You've also got angle lines, of course, and your measurements up on all four sides. Carry handle at the top, which means we can take this along to workshops, classes, clubs, but also if you have to keep moving your sewing room around. Yeah, you haven't got a dedicated sewing room, it's the kitchen table, it's wherever you can find space and peace and quiet. You've got a handle there to be able to carry it. Now when you flip it over, you've got a gridded pressing surface. So this is padded and pressing surface, so you can iron your patchwork or your dressmaking. I mean, I was doing a show yesterday with Adele, who was doing some dressmaking, and she was using this size cut and press as her pressing surface for dressmaking. So they're used in so many different ways. All our guests use the June Taylor cut and press for demos. Terrific. If you're going to workshops now, I mean, they've started back up again. I'm teaching my second workshop in the last 2 years, next Saturday in Norfolk. Nobody wants to go and queue for the ironing board. You know, no one wants to line up and wait, and then when you get to the ironing board, it's covered in manky bond web that's pressed and ironed onto the ironing board, and detritus. You want a nice clean surface. You want your own right next to you when you're sewing. So brilliant for workshops, absolutely brilliant. Now it's £49.99, and this is for the 18 by 12. The actual board is a little bit bigger than that, but that's the size of the grid. Now I've got a little price comparison for you. It's not massively different, but if you've already paid your postage and packing today, maybe for the mystery bundle, there you go, £55.79 for the same. Oh, that's quite a big difference, I think. I think that's, our price is £49.99. Well, that's still nearly £6. £6 is a lot. You can buy fat quarters for that. Now then, so that is the 12 by 18. We've got less than 20 of those. Do be quick. Now, the Necessities thread collection that we had, that's sold out. The Alpha rotary cutter is also sold out. Just be aware, it's very, very busy this morning. Lots of you are checking out. Well done if you managed to get either the rotary cutter or the thread collection. So useful, they're absolute staples. Now, the larger cut and press is just in its teens. So if you want to grab yourself one of those, that's the 12 by 18 size, be quick and do check out, otherwise you might miss out. Now, this is the smaller one, which is really quite new. We only got this in the last couple of weeks. I remember when this came in. This is exactly the same principle, but in a very, very handy 11 inch by 11 inch size. So you've got pressing surface on one side. Again, it's all gridded out. Really useful also if you're a knitter or a crocheter, especially if you make small things like the amigurumi or small things like socks. You could use this to block on as well. Yeah, so just pin out your shape, give it a little dampen down with a spritzer and leave it to dry just to block it. And then on the other side, you've got your cutting surface, self-healing cutting mat with your handle at the top. Now this is absolutely perfect, I think, for taking to workshops, a movable feast. Also, if you have to, obviously don't put your lunch on there, but I mean a movable fabric feast. But I mean, an absolutely perfect size for that, and also great if space is restricted at home when you're sewing. Also, if you are going for my top tip of the day, which is the 100 paper pieced quilt blocks, remember that when you're making these blocks, you're going to be doing lots of flipping, trimming, and then pressing. Having this next to your sewing machine on the table next to you means you can literally sew, cut and press and back to, and keep working back and forth. It just makes the whole process much more streamlined, much more enjoyable, and you can keep it all in the same space. Really, really useful, these. So this is your 11-inch square June Taylor cut and press. Nice affordable price as well to get you into using the June Taylor cut and press. £34.99. Great stuff. Now, just very, very quickly, we've got some Bondaweb. I'm not sure where that is actually. Oh, there it is. It's that great big roll that I've just knocked across the desk. 5 metre roll this. It's one of our most popular products. You get 5 metres by 30 centimetres, so that's your 30 centimetres. And it's properly put onto a roll, 5 metres in length. If you're a fan of Alison Marion or Delphine, wonderful applique, really useful to have this in your stash. It's not just about having fabrics in your stash. You need threads, you need Bondaweb, you need pins, all these sorts of things in your stash are very useful. So the Bondaweb, 5 metres by 30 centimetres, it's £23.99. It's one of our most popular products. We sell out of this so often, but we've got it in stock at the moment. So be quick. So great, if you've never used Bondaweb before, essentially it's a glue that's been sprayed onto almost like baking parchment and then dried. It forms a film of adhesive. You'll then trace shapes. So for example, if you wanted to applique a heart, you trace that onto the paper side, cut it out roughly, and then iron that to the wrong side of your fabric. Cut out your heart neatly, peel the paper backing off, and then you can lay that on top of whatever fabric you want to applique it to and iron it in place. It glues it in place. You'll finish the edge with stitching then at the end, but really useful. Now, another of your favourite products is Mary Ellen's Best Press. This is a supersized one. This is, I want to say 500 millilitres, 499, 16.9 fluid ounces. And this is in lavender vanilla, which I already know what it smells like, but I can't help myself. That is so, it's so sweet and lovely. Gorgeous when you're preparing your fabrics, ready for piecing or creating a block. You've also got your spray. Gorgeous stuff. Oh. Oh, let me just grab this stack. So that's your Mary Ellen. One of the absolute hero products here on Sewing Street. Beautiful. Now then, lots of you have got ahead without me telling you, but if you've got your voucher booklet, we sent these out earlier on in the year, today is the day to use your 10% off everything except sewing machines. 10% off everything. Absolute bargain. Loads of you have already been using it today, but we thought we'd remind you. Still within the first hour, just. But grab that voucher booklet out and get 10% off everything except sewing machines today. So you can use that for your stripology. Maybe you want to get yourself a new cut and press. Why not have 10% off? Maybe you want to buy a couple of bottles of Best Press. Stock up while we've got it. Maybe you're going to buy that roll of Bondaweb. and get yourself 10% off that. Use the code on your voucher booklet. Just pop it in. Remember, it's not a one-time only use. You can use this once this morning. You might use it at 12 o'clock. Use it as many times as you like, but you must use it today and get 10% off everything, excluding sewing machines. Now, if you've already checked out and didn't use the voucher booklet, but you've got one, ring customer services. They'll be able to sort everything out for you. We want you to have that 10%. Oh, all I can smell now is lavender and lilac, and it is absolutely, lavender and vanilla rather, and it's absolutely beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now then, calico by the half metre. This is another one of those stash builders which I think you should have meters of at home, particularly if you're into things like bag making and dressmaking. I'll tell you why. This is our beautiful calico. It's a cotton calico. It's pre-shrunk. You're getting half a metre. Now width-wise, I'm just going to open this out. This is extra wide. This is not standard width of cotton fabric. This is extra wide. 137 centimetres wide. It's 100% cotton. It's unbleached calico, but it's a really nice quality one. It hasn't got all those, you know, sometimes you get little bits in calico. It's not like that. It's lovely and smooth. Now, the reason why I think calico is such a useful thing to have in your stash, and I would be buying this by the 3, 4, 5 metres at £2.49 a half metre. It's a really good price because it's great for making toiles. Now, if you've never done dressmaking before, or you've never made a toile before, a toile is a calico version without things like pockets, facings, zips or anything like that, but a basic go at a pattern. And it's all about getting the fit right. So you make it out of calico. You only need to do one sleeve to get the right length. Get the fit right on the calico toile, and then when you use your special fabric, you'll get a beautiful fit every single time. Now, this is also really useful for bag making, and I use it if I want to hack a pattern, or I want to change something in a pattern, or even design my own bags, which of course I do, but you might want to, you might do that. I make them up in calico first of all to see how they work, to get the proportions right first of all. So it's very, very useful. Also, some quilters, particularly quilters who like to do reproduction quilts, use calico within their piecing. They'll use that as a plain within their piecing. It's pre-shrunk, which is good news too. That's £2.49 per half metre. Now, I just want to show you again my top tip for the hour. It's the 100 paper pieced quilt blocks book. I think this is gorgeous. You've got 10% off everything today if you've got the voucher book. So rather than £15.99, why not get 10% off? Nearly £1.60 off the price. Hunt that voucher book out. Pop the code in. And remember, if you've already checked out, just ring customer services. Less than 16 pence per pattern. Lots of you with this book in baskets. Don't forget to check out, and then we can get it sent to you and you can start making your blocks. I love this kitty. Looks a little bit cross actually, which is like Mrs. Mills when I wake her up. Mrs. Mills objects to me making beds. When she's made herself comfortable, I have to make the bed around her. And I mean literally, I have to pick her up like the Princess and the Pea, make the bed under her and then gently rest her down again. Nice burger, medium rare, thank you very much. A firefly, love that, look at that. A rainbow ladybird. This is very cool, made in Tula pink fabrics. I just think there's so many different, a puffin, very nice. The frog is gorgeous. And also as well, you know, something like this, if you wanted to flip that, mirror it so that you'd got the frog kind of looking the other way, it's easily done, absolutely easily done. All you've got to do is flip the image. You can do that on a scanner. Resize them. Absolutely beautiful. There's that kitty. So much detail in there. What a lovely thing to make. I just think that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to have a little wander. here now. Now then, sewing machines. Let's have a brief overview. The 570A from Elna, it's back in stock, just came back in stock the other week. We've been using it like mad for all our demonstrations here at Sewing Street. It's a fabulous, fabulous machine. Now, you might be brand new to sewing. You might not have even bought your sewing machine yet and be thinking, what would make a good first sewing machine? You might have already bought a sewing machine or two along the way, but be ready for something that's going to keep you going now for years. The FPW Q52, that's the code. It's the Elna E570A. Absolutely fab, absolutely fab. You've got so many features there. Let me show you. Huge sewing space, 170mm, free arm, so for things like sleeves, bags, an LCD screen. You've got the transparent bobbin cover, which is great, so you know how much bobbin thread you've got before you start sewing. Built-in automatic needle threader. Feed dog, which you can drop. Nice bright light there as well. You've got a nice easy guided bobbin threader, built-in thread cutter as well. That is really unusual on a machine of this price. Built-in thread cutter. Brilliant if you're foundation paper piecing. You can adjust your presser foot, the amount of pressure. You've also got an extra high presser foot position for when you're doing really thick layers like quilting, or if you're doing dressmaking and doing lots of very thick layers. You've also got an extension table. Again, a wonderful addition on a machine of this price. Automatic start-stop, reverse function, auto lock. You can use it with a pedal, without a pedal. You've got a cover case. I mean, there's so much in this machine that's going to keep you going for years and years. If you're doing dressmaking, you want to know that it can sew all kinds of different fabric, from the finest through to the heaviest, and also stretch fabrics. It can do all of that. So many stitches, and they're all here on the side. You've got these handy little guides at the side, which you just pull out, and they show you all your stitches, and then you can just program it in on the front. Very, very easy to use. Let's do a little price comparison. Now then, here we go, £699. We do encourage you to have a look round actually for this, for the Elna 570A. Remember, you're getting an alphabet with the 570A, which is very, very useful. But £699, and actually you can't buy that from there because they've sold out. Which isn't helpful. Well, it is helpful because we've got it. And it's £599, and also we offer you the opportunity of 3 split pays. £199.66 is all you need to pay to get your Elna 570A home. And you'll be paid off before Christmas. Now, there are less than 20 left in the warehouse. It took us ages, months, to get this machine back in stock. So, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are some delivery issues on quite a lot of items at the moment. And it's happening all over, isn't it, with all kinds of different things. But these are in the country, in the warehouse, ready to be shipped out to you. They come from the Elna warehouse, so if you order something else today, plus the Elna 570, they won't come in the same package. But it's great to know that they're in the warehouse, ready to be shipped out to you. That's your Elna 570A. Now, yesterday, we were having a little look at the Elna overlocker, which I've got right here next to me. Now, this is the Elna 664 overlocker. Now, why an overlocker? If you're getting into dressmaking, or you've been dressmaking for a few years, you'll have heard other dressmakers talking about overlockers all the time. Really heavily featured on the B, really heavily featured on really any dressmaking sort of scenario. Dressmakers tend to use overlockers, and the reason why we use them is to finish the edges inside garments to give them a really professional finish. The overlock stitches, and there are a number of different overlock stitches that you can do with your Elna 664, are going to neaten the edges of your fabric. You've got a cutting blade in here. So you're actually going to cut your fabric out a little wider than normal, and then as you're sewing it, the blade is going to cut the extra fabric off, and then your stitches are going to go right over the edge so that that raw edge is completely encased in stitching. It's the same finish that you get on ready-made clothes, but the difference is you're making your own style, your own way, but you're getting that professional finish. Now you've got a number of different overlock stitches using 3 threads and 4 threads possible on this machine. So you're going to be able to stitch things like really fine delicate fabrics like silks and organzas, lace, but also you're going to be able to sew things like jersey, t-shirt fabric. You could make active wear. So for example, things like swimwear and yoga wear is incredibly popular for dressmakers to make right now, has been for the last few years. You can do it with this machine. Now the price, £279, is phenomenal for an overlocker, and especially one that's got easy threading this, and I recommend, I know a lot of sewers recommend that you leave your machine threaded up with your 4 threads, and then when you want to change colour you actually tie the new threads to the old thread and then pull them through so you don't have to thread it. You can do that, but if you always do that, you'll never get familiar and comfortable with threading your overlocker, and should one of those threads become unthreaded, it's out with the manual. Now that's not an issue, but I would recommend when you get your overlocker home, you spend a bit of time just practicing threading it up. Thread it all up and then unthread it. Thread it up again and then unthread it. I think the number one reason why people are reticent about buying an overlocker is the thought of threading it. Now this one is easy threading. Let me just show you what's inside. It's all colour coded inside to make it much, much easier to thread. But also think about when you got your very first sewing machine. Or if you know an absolute beginner, you probably have heard this from them. Threading a sewing machine feels like a foreign language if you've never done it before. Why should we automatically jump on an overlocker and know how to thread it? We had to learn how to thread our sewing machine. It's worth spending a few minutes learning how to thread your overlocker, and then it will become second nature. And then it doesn't matter the scenario, it doesn't matter the situation, it doesn't matter if a thread breaks and you need to rethread, you'll be straight in there and do it, and then you can overlock with confidence. So many things you can do with an overlocker. T-shirt fabric, jersey, knit fabrics, but also really fine delicate fabrics, and also heavier too. It's not just for dressmakers. You can also use this for creating really professionally finished upholsteries and soft covers, loose covers, and home deck. Great for bag making too. So that's your Elna. Just close all that up now. Such a neat bit of equipment, isn't it? And I really always feel like once you're on an overlocker, you really feel like you're sort of doing professional sewing. It's a great, great machine. From a brand we know and trust, Elna. Now, nice message across the bottom of the screen. I'm so excited. I ordered the overlocker and can't wait. Hubby bought it me for Christmas. Yahoo! Oh, Carolyn, here's a keeper. Fantastic. Merry Christmas to you. Are you going to have to wait until Christmas Day? Perhaps you could ask for access to the manual before Christmas, and then you can read it, and then you can say, make your own lunch, I'm overlocking for the rest of the day. Now we're going to go to break, and then when we come back we've got Dawn with us with the most wonderful, beautiful new panels and some fantastic makes and some fantastic demos. You can probably see these behind me, these wonderful, wonderful makes. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Don't go away.
Hello, I'm Dawn Taylor from Dawn's Tailor Made. You may remember me from the Great British Make Off competition. I sewed my tablet rest last year with the lovely John Scott. Sewing Street have invited me back again to do a few more demonstrations for you, but they've also asked me to answer some questions. So the first thing I sewed was a ladybird pincushion, and I made it at primary school. And my late Nanny Jo, she taught me how to knit, and I think I got my love of sewing from her. She used to sew on that sewing machine over there. Something you don't know about me is I sew standing up. My husband built me this sewing table. It's very similar to the one that you see on Sewing Street. My tip is more haste, less speed. My nan was always telling me to slow down, and to enjoy what I was sewing, and I would make less mistakes. And we also have a YouTube channel and a few Facebook pages. I cannot wait to start my journey with Sewing Street, and I will see you there very soon.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
You came back. I knew you would. I knew you would. Before we go anywhere, I want to wish Ned good luck. He's running the London Marathon today. Ned, may your feet be on fire, and in a good way, not in a, ow, they really hurt, I need to stop way, but in a, I could run all day kind of on fire way. Good luck. Good luck. Now, we've got a fantastic hour coming up with wonderful Dawn. Dawn Taylor, but I just want to mention before we start anything, today is the day to use your 10% off everything except machines voucher code if you've got the voucher book. I've got mine right here. Have you got yours right there? Make sure you use it because we've got some fabulous, fabulous things in the show. So please make sure that you get your 10% off. This even includes brand new, and we've got these gorgeous, gorgeous panels. Dawn has been incredibly busy making some wonderful things to inspire us with today. All very achievable as well. Use that 10% off everything code. It's valid all day. Use it when you check out. And if you have already checked out today and you didn't use your code, just ring customer service and they'll sort that out for you. So 10% off everything today, except machines. Don't forget. Now then, we've got Dawn Taylor today, and she has brought us some amazing projects made using 4 brand new panels and exclusive panels. We've got a bundle of all 4, which I'm going to show you first of all, and then I'm going to go through the individuals, and I must spend some time showing you the gorgeous things that she's made. Now, you save £14.99 by buying these panels together, so there's every reason to do it. But also, as you'll see from the makes that Dawn has created and brought with her, that you can combine the panels together absolutely beautifully, which I think is the very best reason to buy these all together. But you do also save £14.99, which I love. Now, let me show you what you're getting. Let's start with the Harvest Hexes. I'm going to open this out. Absolutely, oh, this is lovely. Absolutely lovely. Beautiful colours, plum and deep orange, golds, a little bit of lilac there too. Now the photograph on the web is wrong. It is Harvest Hexes, but the picture shows the squares. So don't be confused by that. The name is right. It's the Harvest Hexes. This is what you'll get. They're the details actually for buying this panel on its own. So this panel on its own, £12.99. It's the Harvest Hexes, large hexes. You're getting 60 coordinating hexes. Just beautiful. This deep eggplant is just beautiful. I love how it mixes with the oranges and golds and greens. You could cut these out individually, use them for English paper piecing. You could leave the white diamonds in place, just use it as a cheetah cloth, quilt in between, add some quilting details. Loads you can do with these, but just so beautiful. Be great for bag making as well. Use them as panels or for a bag flap. This is 60 coordinating hexes. Now the edge is 51mm edge, and then there's an added seam allowance, 1/4 inch seam allowance has been added. So effectively that's a 2-inch side to your hexagons once the seam allowance is taken off. Aren't they beautiful? Just please ignore the picture on the website. You'll get hexes even though it looks like squares. This is lovely, isn't it? I like this one. That looks like it's been fussy cut. This one too. Really lovely. Great designs. Actually, you could just trim this down, layer it, quilt it and bind it. It's a table runner, isn't it? Harvest table runner. Or Thanksgiving. You know, I think a lot of us now are starting to celebrate Thanksgiving as well as everything else, because you know, if there's a party and there's food, I'm there. Any excuse for a bowl of soup and some chunky bread with butter, obviously. Or, you know, if you need a reason to embrace autumn, this is it, combined with a hand-thrown stoneware bowl filled with chunky, thick blended soup maybe, a hunk of bread with lashings of butter on a table runner made of hexes. I mean, come on! I am so there. I'm sorry, I think that came across as a little bit aggressive. But you know, it is lovely. And of course you can use your 10% off everything voucher on that and get 10% off. Why wouldn't you? Goodness me. Now, this is the squares. This is the one that's got the image of squares and the name squares on the website. Now, these are the same designs that you're getting in the hexes, but this time you're getting 40 coordinating fabric squares. Now, each one of these squares are 5 inches. And again, there's a little sort of line, a white line in between each one, which allows you then to cut out the full 5-inch square. But equally, you could layer this up as it is, or you could cut out 9 of them together. There's a cushion. 12 of them together. There's a really generous placemat. You could even applique another one for a pocket for your knife and fork, napkins. Use one of the other panels, maybe the stripes. We haven't got to the stripes, but we will. Make a napkin. Yeah, so loads and loads you can do with this. It's a charm pack on a panel. Really clever idea, isn't it? I love it. I've got to show you my favourite one, this one right here. I think that's just lovely. What about bunting? You could do square bunting, can't you, Dawn?
Good.
Do you approve? Yeah. I think it's really lovely. $14.99 again for this. Now remember, if you're going for the mega bundle, effectively you're getting this panel or the Hexi panel for free. And if you can also, of course, use your 10% off everything voucher for that mega bundle, and then you'll save even more than $14.99. Collector in Merseyside says, "Morning, Stuart. I love the way you describe everything. The dresses or quilts you would make, and even the food. I can almost smell that soup."
Me too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Dawn agrees. She can smell the soup too. What does
And the
it
bread.
smell of?
And the bread. I was thinking pumpkin soup
Yeah, nice.
with some crusty bread. Have to have butter though.
Yeah.
Some
And
tiger
also,
loaf.
Tiger loaf is delicious. Or cheese and onion bread.
Oh,
I do
yeah.
cheese and caramelised onion bread. That's pretty good. And
Any
also
bread, any
the
bread.
seeds from pumpkins, I spice up, oil spices, and then roast them in the oven as well for snacking on. Yummy.
I think we need to go for lunch after.
Give your jaw a little workout as well. Oh, I've got an invite to go round to producer Hannah's. I'm assuming all I'm required to do is drop off the soup and bread and then I can leave. Yes, thank you very much. Good. I'll make the arrangements later, love. Don't worry. Now, oh gosh, this is a big one. Wow. Wow. Well, hello, Autumn. Hello, Autumn. That would be lovely as a tablecloth, wouldn't it? You could just hem that. You could hem that. You could also use this as the front or the back of a quilt. I mean, a strippy quilt made out of this would be lovely, wouldn't it? You could create a really lovely throw for your sofa just by layering and quilting this in either straight lines, or you could add, maybe use the serpentine stitch on your sewing machine. That's the one that just kind of looks like this, like a gently undulating line. Most sewing machines have it. Use that with your walking foot, maybe elongate it a little bit and use that to quilt it. Looks really good, it's very effective. But of course, the idea with these panels is that you cut them up into individual strips. They're 2.5-inch strips and you get 18 of them. What a clever idea. Is that right? $14.99 for that one? Terrific. That's terrific. And a really gorgeous blend of colours. Another thing I would be very tempted to do with, I'm always tempted to do this, Dawn, I don't know about you, with any striped fabric. I always think mitered borders.
Oh yes, definitely.
So 45-degree angle, cutting and then piecing 4 of those together to create a square, or you could create rectangular sort of mitered borders around something else.
Beautiful.
Maybe use the squares in the centre and then a mitered border around it in the stripes.
Definitely.
Lovely. We're just going to quickly look at the website because we've looked at other panels of this size, and I think I'm right in saying they're normally $19.99, aren't they? There you go. Yeah. There you go. Pastels, brights, cope and summer fabric. $19.99. And then ours, $14.99. Wow, I would take advantage of that and grab that. Absolutely brilliant. That would be the same price within the bundle as well. Terrific. Don't forget, of course, if you've got your voucher booklet, get 10% off. What are we doing today? We've gone mad.
Sunday madness.
It really is. It really is. It's all that talk of the London Marathon. Now, our last panel in the collection features 4 extra large fat quarters. This is really beautiful. Now this is perfect if you want to make larger projects. So for example, a nice autumn tote bag would be lovely in this. for a bit of shopping. You could line a wicker basket.
Oh, yeah. Put some
in
bread
that
in
one,
it.
Yeah, put some bread in it, Dawn said. I hope that somebody is planning on getting me some kind of loaf soon. Can we get it delivered? Could that happen?
Maybe.
Can anyone make that happen? Just lovely. Those autumn leaves are stunning, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. So you could make things like a bread basket. Another favourite make of mine at this time of year is the casserole jacket.
Oh, yes.
You know the kind of thing I mean? Where you're going round to a friend's and you take a casserole. In all honesty, I rarely do that. I rarely turn up at someone's house and say, here's a casserole. But I do love to make them, and I use them on the table around the dish because they look lovely and it just adds to the whole ambiance. A little bit of boeuf bourguignon or maybe boeuf en fromage.
We need to stop talking about food.
I know. I can't stop myself. I'd like to say I'm on a diet and that's why I'm currently obsessed with food, but it's just who I am. You have got those wonderful tonals as well mixed in there. You've got that beautiful, really deep aubergine, and then you've got this wonderful brown and gold print. They would mix really nicely if you're a fan of country-style fabrics or Civil War repros. Those would also blend in really nicely. Yummy. Absolutely yummy. So those are our 4 panels. That one is £19.99. Now let's look at the bundle price. Let's just fold this up a little bit nicer. There we go. Now in your bundle, you're getting a discount anyway. You're getting £14.99 off. I think possibly the stripe has been priced wrongly also, so you're getting a bit of an advantage there as well. Plus, if you've got your voucher code book, you could get yourself an extra 10% off. See, I told you I'm being tidy today, making everything look lovely. I'm a big fan. I am a big fan. This is so beautiful. There's our mega bundle. Lovely message. The crusty bread and homemade casserole would not make it to the neighbours in our household. Carolyn, mine neither. Mine neither. Take a casserole to a neighbour? I don't think so. Keep it all for ourselves.
Definitely. Definitely.
But share it with a neighbour. I don't know, maybe. I would.
Maybe.
I would.
Maybe.
A quarter of the stock of the big bundle has gone. It's gone. Now, there are so many ways to save by buying this bundle, aren't there? You're already getting that £14.99 saving because one of these panels is for free in the bundle. Then you've also got what we've all decided is a pricing mistake on the stripes, where you're saving a fiver there too, we think, because normally those large strip panels are £19.99. And then also, if you've got the 10% off everything voucher, you'll get more off. I mean, that colour combination is divine, darling, divine, isn't it? I just think that's lovely. The golds, the purples, that little hint of green, and the cream in there too. And of course, you could mix in something like some cream solids, some calico. That would be lovely too. Just gorgeous. It's fall, y'all. Pardon? Now, if you don't want to make a cover for your casserole and you've no interest in crusty bread, we've also got a very, very inspiring book from my very good friend Debbie Shaw, Half Yard Heaven book by Debbie Shaw. You're saving £4 on that. It's just £5.99. An absolute gift. We'll have a flick through, but our wonderful guest Dawn has already had a very good flick through this and made some gorgeous projects out of it, which we'll have a little look at too. Debbie is very, very well known in the industry for creating wonderful, wonderful books that have a huge amount of value in them. Oh, now how on earth did that happen? I've opened the page at the pan holder. In fairness, there is quite a lot of foodie things in here
Yeah.
anyway. Slippers, pin cushions, a little headband, a chicken doorstop. We've got that here. Here we go. Look, there's that lovely pot holder. There's the chicken doorstop. And here is Dawn's version. I love that. Love that. So that's from Debbie Shaw's book 2. There's little owls. There's a gorgeous craft caddy here as well. Dawn's going to be demonstrating how to make that, so stick around. A glasses case. I could use that for my brand new specs. No one said anything, but I have got gorgeous new spectacles on today. A peg bag, needle, oh, makeup brush roll, like that too. Aprons, tote bags, there's loads. Debbie's books are always full of value. There's a wonderful peg bag. Love the way that Dawn's used the striped panel. And there's a very cute little apron too. Some hanging hearts. Really lovely. And there's Dawn's recipe for chocolate chip cookies. Serves 9 or 12. What does that mean, Dawn? 9 or 12?
Depends how big you make them. We like them quite
Or
large
one,
ones in our
or
family.
one. Serves one. And there's the cookery book cover. Some lovely projects. Anyway, enough of all that nonsense. Good morning,
Good
Dawn.
morning.
Dawn Taylor. You're very, very welcome. Great to have you here.
It's lovely to be back. It's
How
lovely
did
to
you
be
feel
back.
when the fabric arrived?
I love panels. The fabric that it's made from is such a good quality. It's quite it's thick, isn't it? It's really
it's
sturdy,
robust.
and it's lovely to work with. It feels lovely in your hands. And when I got sent the pictures, I just knew that I was going to be able to make so much stuff. And I've said this before, I ran out of time before I ran out of fabric to make stuff. I could have just carried on
Fabulous.
going.
Yeah, and you have made some amazing projects. Look at all of those. Absolutely beautiful. There's a tea cosy there, the cookery book cover, an apron, peg bag. Love a tea cosy. There's the back of it. Now this is why getting the bundle is such a good idea, because the front of that tea cosy is the hexes, the back of it is the fat quarters. Here's a placemat using just a little bit of the squares panel. There's the stripes, mix and match those on the table, a bit of a runner down the table and a casserole and some butter.
And
I
bread.
mean, really,
You'd be
come
happy.
on. Brilliant. This is such an inspiring collection, isn't it? I'm not surprised that Dawn got really stuck into it. We do have the best job, don't we?
Oh, well, I said I'm doing this full time in 6 days' time. So happy.
Yeah, congratulations
so
on
happy.
that.
Thank you.
What a
Thank
wonderful
you.
move. What a wonderful move. Now then, Dawn, you've made some fantastic projects out of Debbie's Half Yard Heaven book, which we do have on the show, and it is £4 off. It's only £5.99. That is a fantastic price for Debbie Shaw's brilliant, and I'm sure award-winning Half Yard Heaven book by Debbie Shaw. Wonderful designer, wonderful friend too. She's a great person. Love her. What are you going to show us today?
So I'm going to show you the craft caddy. Now I will say about the book, if you just bought this bundle and the book, if you just start on one of their simpler projects, if you did everything in this, you would be so accomplished when you'd finish. You would have so many more skills, because the way she tells you how to do binding, tells you how to do some quilting. It's got so much detail in there that if you were a beginner, you'd start and then you'd finish and you'd feel so is accomplished the word? You would feel
absolutely.
accomplished when you'd finished.
Here's an idea. What about a little gift for someone who you want to encourage to sew? What about getting them the book and the panels as a, here's some inspiration, let's get started sewing, work your way through the book. I love that idea.
Well, the colours are so lovely, and like you say, I've mixed and matched so many different things. I made the continuous binding out of one of the fat quarters that I've then used on some of the projects, and I've got here ready to use as well. So definitely buy more and mix and match them.
Yeah, the big bundle's the best way to buy this collection. And remember, it's exclusive to Sewing Street. You won't find this anywhere else, and you're certainly not going to find these crazy prices anywhere else. It's a wonderful opportunity And I just think this is just like falling into a big pile of beautiful autumn leaves, isn't it? And just swishing around in them. Oh, Dawn.
So to show you, so I'm doing the craft caddy now. It's perfect because the measurements that you need are 5-inch squares. They're 5 by 6 inches. So what I did is this is your 5-inch from your square, and then I just took the bit at the bottom because you're not going to see that bit. So I just added that bit. So it's 5 by 6. Okay, so you then use those. You can use any of the squares that you want. So I took the ones from the bottom because you then got the white at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
And then I
makes
used,
sense.
this is the part of the fat quarters to put as the underside because you put them, this isn't what we always do. You do put the wrong sides together.
Gotcha.
Because the way that Debbie does it, it's got a French seam in it, so that will disguise it.
So you're even going to learn how to make French seams.
This is
in
what
this
I mean,
book.
and she doesn't name it as French seams either. So you're doing it, you're learning a skill, and you don't even know that it's a new skill. That's so yeah, she's very She started me sewing. So
Oh, really?
Yes.
How does she know that?
She does. I've met her a few times, and yeah, she does know. I did tell
Deb's
her
a real
how
inspiration.
she's so lovely. She really is, and her
I
daughter
remember
too.
when
They're
she
so
was on
lovely.
Rainbow.
And me too.
We're the same
We
age,
are the
aren't
same
we,
age. We are the same
basically?
age. So if you follow your instructions, you need 4 of your 5 by 6 in the squares if you're going to use them, and then 4 of your 5 by 6 in the. I've used the fat quarters as I've said, and then you've got 1 square that is 5 by 5, and as I said, you put them wrong sides together, not right sides together. And then the way that I did the bottom, you've got a little pocket, and I didn't want to use I wanted all of the purple in the front. So I've actually sewn those 2 pieces together. She does tell you to take one piece and fold it in half. But if you do that, make sure you add your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
But that's the way of using up your bits and bobs at the end.
Exactly, because
isn't
this
it?
didn't have to be this fabric. It could be something from your scrap store, scrap bundle, and then you could then add it on.
We're patchworkers at the end of the day, aren't we?
Oh, yes.
We sew bits of fabric together and we make something new and beautiful.
The other bit that I did is what Debbie encourages you to do is to make bigger pockets to store, your bobbins and things in. But on
Dawn,
one
I did
of them,
notice that the pockets were longer than squares.
they
and
are.
I was going to ask you why.
So
Would you just show that?
So we're going to pop a pleat in there.
Okay.
But what I did do is I'm always losing. You say how tidy you are. I am not tidy at all.
I'm not either, really.
So I'm always losing my seam ripper. So I did one pocket smaller, but that's entirely up to you. Okay,
Are you always losing it, or do you just say you've
I've got
lost your
6.
seam ripper?
I've got 6 dotted around. Honestly, I've got 3 with me here today because I'm always losing them. Always losing them.
I hear that.
So this is my pocket piece. So now you can sew these all the way round if you want to. That's what she said, but for speed's sake, I'm not going to. So these 2 are wrong sides together, and then you place your pocket piece on the top, and then you're going to sew down the centre if you want to make this pocket, but you could make any size pocket that you want. Now, this isn't the machine that I've got at home, so I am just going to...
Nice and easy to use though, that 578.
It is, honestly. I come in and I'm always a little bit... And then it's just amazing.
I know, because you're going to go on live TV and do some sewing. You need to be able to just hop straight on a machine.
You
That
do.
578 is simplicity itself. As soon as you switch it on, I think it's the computerised and everything's there on the screen. It's just very, very simple to use. And there are utility stitches on the front too that are just a touch of a button and you're straight through to them. It's $5.99. And it's on 3 split pays too, $199.66. It's the first payment you'll make, and the second and third. But we send it out as soon as you've made the first payment. Now, I do just need to let you know at home that more than half of this bundle of brand new panels has already been checked out. So please don't miss out on this wonderful collection of panels. Remember, you've got the extra large fat quarters, you've got the hexes, 60 of those, 45-inch squares, and then you've got those 18 2.5-inch strips as well in that mega bundle. You're already saving $14.99, which is one of the panels for buying the bundle. But then we also think you've saved an extra £5 because the strips are £5 cheaper than they normally would be. And then if you've got the 10% voucher code for today, you can use that too. And I really would encourage you to save an extra £4.80 almost on this pan. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. This is just a touch over £40 then, isn't it? It's about £10 a panel. That's amazing.
And they are just gorgeous colours. I did say when we were talking before, my husband doesn't always comment on fabrics, but when he saw all of this, I was layering it up ready to take the photos, and he said that he thought they looked so expensive.
Yes.
And he said you could just put a ribbon around that and have it in a shop, and you'd sell it for
really expensive.
He said Prince Charles's shop.
Prince Charles's shop.
So I was very happy.
Yeah, absolutely, we're happy too. Dawn, can I just on the top of that?
Is that the stitch you meant?
Yeah, no. But I'm just looking, and that's lovely. Do tell.
I've got a Janome, and this is. I thought it looked like a leaf. So she says you can use your decorative stitches just across the top. But when you said about the is it serpentine you said? I thought maybe it was that one, that stitch, but I don't know. So
absolutely fab, absolutely fab. I love that idea of using a bit of embroidery, one of
just
the
to decorate
stitches.
the top makes it all the difference. I didn't do it on some of them, but I've done it on the others, and then maybe you can then see the difference. So what I've done is I've sewn down the centre, and I'll show you how you make your pleats. Now you can make them either way. Stuart will know the correct name. So I'm lining up the outside of my fabric, and then all I'm doing is I'm folding that down. So I think that one, is that then a box pleat?
It certainly looks like a box pleat
and then
to me.
Or you could do it the other way, and then that would be, I don't know what that one's called.
Normal pleat.
A normal pleat,
oh,
there you go.
An inverted box
Inverted
pleat.
box pleat. So you do it whichever way you want to do. But all it does, it gives you more space in the bottom of your pocket.
Very smart.
So I'm just going to sew those. I'm going to chain piece them all along. I've just started quilting, Stuart, so I'm learning all these different
You're just starting
terms.
quilting.
I've not,
Okay.
and piecing, and but I've definitely found that it's improved every other part of my sewing because I'm more accurate.
Yes,
and I
it's
think
all about accuracy, isn't
definitely.
it?
That tiny little bit makes all the difference. If it's just 1/8 of an inch, or it can make all the difference. They do, they do. And when I was just making bags, I would wing it a little bit, but no, it's really made me think about it. So I've got them all lined up now, and I'm just going to chain piece, which just means I'm going to not cut my threads between my rows of stitching.
Fabulous.
So I'm not using a 1/2 inch seam. I'm going to go down a little bit because I want it to hide in the seam allowance.
So does Debbie use a 1/2 inch seam allowance for the project?
Yes, I mean, she will tell you, because if there's a difference, she will tell you. So when she does the French seam, she does tell you to use a smaller bit. So every bit that you need to know, all the information you need is there.
Great.
Definitely.
Like you say, it's like a sort of guide to sewing, isn't it? You're going to learn so many skills.
Definitely, and she's got so many books. And as I said, when she was on, when I first saw her sewing, I used to do cards, and I saw her demonstrating the card making that she used to do. And it was quite.
She did card making.
She didn't. She used to demonstrate it. So she was presenting other people making cards, and then one day she did some sewing machines, and that was it. I was hooked, and the card stuff went away, and here I am.
Yeah, Deb's like that, isn't she? She's an encourager like me.
She is, definitely.
I do love the idea of making those box pleats so you can get loads more
Get lots more in. Well, I did bring some of the, I think it's the Aurifil. I just grabbed a couple of spools just to, if I finished it, that I would be able to pop in there to show you. I mean, you can see on the picture, she's got quite a few in there, and it's not usual to have somewhere to keep your spools.
No, it's a really lovely caddy. I can't believe you're getting, that's just one pattern in the book. There's absolutely loads. Did you have a count up of how many projects you get? You do get loads though. Deb is a giver. There's always so much in her books. Absolutely brilliant. And of course, this works so well. And look at that lovely caddy. All your threads, your scissors, there's a little paintbrush, maybe for starch. 26 projects in this book. Now, 26 projects in the book for $5.99. Oodles of patterns and possibilities in these 4 panels. I'm absolutely overwhelmed with how many things you could make using the mega collection. I love these little hearts that you've made, Dawn. They are so
They
cute.
are, and you could make them in any of the. I think I used the squares for those. You know, I can't remember now.
Yeah, it looks like it to me. They look about the right size for the squares, and then backed, perhaps using one of the fat quarters.
Yes, I think I used the fat quarters more, as I said, I used them to make the continuous binding, to use bias binding on some of the projects. But yes, I definitely use those more as my background and
well,
backing
a bit of contrast
and stuff.
as well, the little buttons and ribbon. You could also put things like dried lavender in there.
You could have put. I don't like lavender.
Don't you?
Do you? Oh, there we go. We found something that we're
No,
not,
I don't. No, I don't like lavender.
I don't know why, but I don't.
Well, smell. You know what? Here's an interesting fact. I studied psychology at university, and the olfactory nerve, so the bit that you process smells,
Yes.
goes directly to a part of your brain that deals with long-term memory. And that's why smells are associated with things that have happened with memories. So you know you smell something and you instantly remember Aunt Frida, or you remember being in Southwold or something like that. It just clicks. And that's why, because those parts of the brain are linked up together.
I'll tell you later why I don't like lavender then, I've just remembered.
Oh my goodness! You're watching live
Wow.
therapy. It's like, I don't know what, Oprah.
Oprah. So I've put all of them right sides together, but again, all the instructions are in it, and it's lots of, for a visual learner like me, there's the detail in the pictures is brilliant. So you're putting them all right sides together, and then you're just using a small seam allowance just to join them all together.
So just like sew them in a strip.
Just sew them in a strip, and then
Easy.
again together, and then it forms the box.
Great.
But as I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to get to finish it, but the instructions are so easy to follow.
We're going to let you run over, don't
Oh,
worry,
cool.
Dawn. We're just going to keep you here.
I don't
Not
mind.
gonna let you
More
leave.
Belgian buns later then.
Woohoo! Well, you certainly know how to win me over, Dawn.
Well, we bonded
Wonderful
over Belgian. I'd never had
creativity
one
we
before.
did.
So nice.
Never had a Belgian bun before.
No.
Well, welcome to the family.
Thank
I
you.
feel like we've bonded. Interesting, actually, that you said you're a visual learner. I think, are all creative people visual learners? I don't know.
I don't know.
But
I hear it a
certainly
lot. I hear it a lot.
Yeah. I think that's why, as well, when we see beautiful fabrics like these panels, that's why we all get so excited, isn't it? Because we start looking at them and we start imagining the different things that we could make out of them. What would you make with these panels? Do message in, won't you? I'm going to read a few messages now. I feel like I've been... Barbara McClay says, buns? Where's mine? Barbara, I'm
too
sorry,
late.
but I eated it.
She was too late.
I eated it. So many people enjoying the demos. Morning, Dawn Taylor, Stuart and team. This is from Barbara. Loving the panels this morning. Love the projects. They are brill, aren't they? Absolutely fab. I mean, I love the way that Dawn's used the fabric, and I love the way Deb designs projects. There are less than 20 of that big bundle left. We keep on selling out of gorgeous things. Who knew? The strips panel on its own, very, very popular.
Oh, I was going to buy one.
Very,
I forgot.
very popular. Normally this size is $19.99 here at Sewing Street. We've done $14.99 on this one. I don't know why, but that's what we've done. So that's what we're selling it for. $14.99, that's proving incredibly popular. Oh, Diane's emailed in to say, I'm so excited. I haven't been able to watch on my telly for about 12 months. Sold the house in June and went into temporary accommodation. So I've been watching on my phone. Oh, bless you. And my laptop before that. Moved into my new flat last week, returned the telly yesterday, and I have channel 72. Fantastic. Congrats and welcome back. Gosh, yes, I mean, you can watch Sewing Street on your phone or on your tablet, and lots of you do on the app, but wonderful to have it back on the telly. Debbie's saying, good morning, Stuart, Dawn and the crew. Loving all Dawn's fabulous projects. Can't wait to spend the morning with you guys. Debbie, we can't wait to spend the morning with you too. What a lovely way to spend a Sunday. Now, don't forget, I just want to remind you, if you've got your voucher booklet, today is 10% off everything except sewing machines. I've got mine right here. Just pop my pad out the way. I've got my 10% off everything here, and this is the day to use it. This is the day to use it. There we go. 10% off everything. So even this bundle, which has already got saving after saving, and it's already, I've got to say, it's already incredible value. Incredible value. When you think about what you would pay for a charm pack of 40 squares, what you would pay for 4 fat quarters, large fat quarters, what you would pay for 18 2.5-inch strips, and then 60 hexagons as well. Just incredible. And all that inspiration, everything coordinates together. And even better, it's exclusive to Sewing Street. This is a lovely project. I like this too. The little pot holder or pot stand. So you could stand a little casserole on that, or a pie.
Do you know what? Yes. What I use, I've got one in my kitchen that's similar to that I made. And what I find is sometimes when I'm stirring something, my hand gets too hot because there's too many pans. So I actually hold on to that and have it go around my hand as I'm holding the spoon. And then it stops my hand from getting too hot.
It's a clever idea. And of course you could use something like Thermolan inside there, just to insulate it a little bit more. Now, nice message from Pat, getting some great ideas to make things for my sister's new kitchen. Oh, that sounds great, Pat. Ceredigion. Pat's in Ceredigion. Have I pronounced that right? Hope so. Yeah, I think as soon as I looked at these, I thought kitchen makeover, I must admit. And I think you did it as well, didn't you, Dawn?
Definitely. I mean, it does definitely lends itself to kitchen makes. I mean, there are other makes in the book, but definitely kitchen. I mean, it happens to coordinate with our kitchen, which is lovely. So we've got sort of a cream and lilac-y, so it's, you know.
I'm thinking as well things like, you know, food mixer cover.
Oh, yes.
Toaster cover. I mean, I have a cover over mine. I've got a food mixer, a popular brand.
Yes, me too.
Which I use all the time, but not all the time. So I don't want it to get dusty. So I have a cover over it. Things like the squares, the hexagons, the strip, I think in particular would be really useful for making that cover, because it's sort of like instant patchwork without actually having to do any piecing. You could just cut out the panels from, say for example, this, and you're getting 40 squares, remember, on this panel. Just cut out a panel that's big enough to go over your, you know, and create a box, basically, rectangular box. That's $14.99 for 40 5-inch squares. They all coordinate beautifully. And remember, you don't have to cut them up. You could just layer that, quilt it. It's a table runner. It's a tablecloth. You could cut them out in groups of 9 and create cushions. You could do tie-on cushions, couldn't you, for your kitchen seats?
Oh, you could.
That'd be nice.
The tea cozy, I didn't use, because I didn't have the enough time to do the hexes, which I would have done because they're already done for you, but I just used it as it was.
Yes.
And my husband thought I had pieced it because he doesn't know what hexes in quilting is, and he thought I had done it. He thought I had cut them and put them all together.
Really?
I shouldn't have
like
told him,
that.
should I?
No, did you tell him?
I didn't tell him.
No, I agree. And the way you've quilted it as well, you know, really makes it look pieced.
Yes.
Great if you're making gifts and you want like Christmas gifts or anytime gifts, and you want something that will just come together that bit quicker, but looks like you've spent a lot of time. Now don't forget, if you're buying the Hexi panel on its own from our website, it is the wrong picture. It's the right name, but the wrong picture. You will get the right thing, you will get the hexes. But there they are, and I think that tea cozy is gorgeous. I love the fact that it has it's not a plain side, is it? But, you know, just a whole cloth on one side. Ring the changes a little bit. Although, Dawn, I've got to say, I'll be quite a small teapot. And I don't know if we've met, but I do like rather a lot of tea.
It doesn't actually fit my teapot, but I was very lucky to win one of Debbie's competitions, and I actually won her Hexi teapot cozy that she made, and it's pride of place, and I drew round that one.
Very nice.
To at just speed's sake.
Very nice. This is a great idea. I want to just show you this as well at home. This is Dawn's placemat, and this is a reversible placemat. I particularly love the fact that Dawn's embraced the cutting lines around the squares, which just look like a design feature. I also love the fact that she's offset, so you've got smaller squares and rectangles around the outside, which just creates a total look for me. But then, look, it's reversible, so you're two-sided. It's bias binding around the outside edge, some batting inside. What a beautiful addition to your autumn dining, your table. Or this could be on a table when you've got, like, I love big jar candles.
Oh, yes, yes.
Love those big jar candles, and I have them in my home. Something like that, but without the tab, of course, that, as a candle mat, and then put your jar candle on top. It's just lovely. Simple, quick, easy, beautiful decorations for this time of year.
I think you do dress the table differently now. In summer you're in the garden, but now it's the time to come back to the table and, you know, dress it and make it look beautiful. And these fabrics are just, you know, gorgeous.
Totally agree. It's all about cozy. What are you doing there, Dawn?
So I am putting the box's bottom in.
Right.
So all I'm doing is sewing to the reverse side. So that is my box on the inside. So these are my pockets. That's the fabric that I've chosen as the bottom.
Yeah.
And I'm just placing this in and then sewing all the way around, and then you turn it right sides out. Now you can neaten that up with some bias binding if you want to.
Yeah. You could zigzag over the edge.
You could do. Actually, I think you've just quoted her literally. I think that's what she says, to zigzag it. Well done.
Well, it's an easy way to finish
a
seam, isn't it? And I would even throw in something like a deep aubergine thread for that zigzag.
Oh, definitely.
And I'd make a bit of a feature of it. Let's see. Messages. Ah, this is nice from Dawn, sending happy birthday wishes to Debbie Shaw's beautiful daughter, Kimberly Hind. It's her birthday today. I didn't know that. Happy birthday, Kimberly.
I have Kimberly's signature.
And Barbara said, one of my favourite projects is the sewing machine cover. Lots and lots of useful pockets. That's from Barbara. That's also from the Half Yard Heaven. Now, the big bundle of all 4 panels, there are only 7 bundles left. Only 7 left. Debbie Shaw's book, Half Yard Heaven, 26 projects. There are only 12 left in stock. 19 in baskets. You do the math. It doesn't work, does it? It doesn't work. The only way you can make sure you get your copy of Debbie Shaw's Half Yard Heaven award-winning book is to make sure you check out before everyone else does. Oh, goodness me. What a lovely morning.
It is. Well, it's easy. It was an easy brief this time, I must admit. It was lovely.
Oh, isn't it lovely when the fabrics arrive and you just go, oh.
Well, even before the fabrics arrived, okay, so I saw that I was getting panels, so I printed the email off. So I knew which fabrics were what, and then I went through sort of the internet to find as many pictures as I could of the book.
Yep.
And already I was going, well, that could be for that, and that could be for that. And I made loads of notes before the fabric had even arrived. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, I just love that. That's kind of no-brainer.
I mean, everyone's, you know, very, very complimentary, but it just worked. It just worked.
Well, I'm a big fan of fabric that does the work for you.
Definitely.
And often that's just about using a kind of highly patterned or feature fabric, or maybe a stripe. But a panel, I mean, goodness, there's so many things you can do. You were saying now, you made your own bias binding.
I did. So I took, now Sally Ann Harrison, I don't know what date it is, but she came, when she did one of her quilt demonstrations, she showed you how to make this. Okay. So we can go back and have a look. But this is made from the fat quarter. And you basically, you sew a square, you cut a square, you cut it across the diagonal, you flip it, you sew it, and then it doesn't look like it will work, but it makes, and it made so much. I meant to measure it, because I've got this bit here, I went all the way around
for the apron.
I'm not sure if I used it on anything else, but it was really, then on the, so it made so much just from that. It's a bit bigger, but it's a bit bigger than a fat quarter, isn't it?
Yeah. Alison Marion has also produced a video on how to do continuous bias binding. That's on her YouTube channel, so check that out, on our YouTube channel even. So go check that out too. I love this little project too. This is fun. This is antibacterial hand wipes, but you could also use tissues, couldn't you, in there? You could, definitely. And that's using the striped fabric.
You can tell that the stripes are my favourite, I think.
So effective, and that's almost got a sort of ombre colour wash effect, hasn't it? With very little sewing needed, and you've made a gift, you know.
As I said, you wrap a couple of them in a ribbon, or in the binding, turn the binding into some, you know, to seal the ends, and you've got a gift. So it is really easy.
I just think that's great. And then look at the back. It's just beautiful. Pencil cases.
Yes.
Would be lovely, wouldn't they, in this striped fabric? I love it. I love it. I've been so inspired by this collection, and you have too, clearly, at home.
Definitely.
Just loving these new panels. Lots of love for you, Dawn. Lots of love.
That's nice. Thank you, everyone.
So you've put the binding around.
So I've just put the binding around the top, and then so you asked me before about stabilizer, and she's Debbie says that you don't need it for something this small, but if you do want to size it up, which you can do, then she said you would put stabilizer in it, but it just holds itself up. Because
you could make a larger one and put a nice sort of bucket style handle on that, couldn't you? And have it as a craft bucket.
Could, and then you could carry it. As you said, some people don't have, and lucky like us, and have a sewing room. You can then take it to your kitchen table or wherever you need to.
It's not meant to be that. It is meant to be multifunctional.
That's what my husband says, because I go everywhere. He does find me everywhere.
Yes, there's a very funny little bit. Charlie and I giggle about it all the time. When I did the sewing bee, and they came to the house and did a little interview with Charlie, and he said, there's this little line where he says, there are bits of thread and fabric in virtually every room in the house, and it is true. It is true. You can always tell where I've been.
When I first came to the studio, John did my first show with me, and my husband came with me, and because we have lots of organised projects outside, he said, wow, this looks like our house. So I think he was having a little bit of a dig.
Oh, I shall look forward to meeting your husband. We'll gang up on him together.
Yes.
So are you sewing that binding front and back in one step?
I am, yes.
Smashing.
I mean, you can do it, you know, a slower way. You can, Debbie just show you, there is a bias binding tutorial in there. So you can do it whichever way. This is just for speed's sake.
You could hand sew it on as well, couldn't you, if you like doing it that way?
You could.
Just using the free arm there on the sewing machine. This is where we often talk about a free arm on a sewing machine. And if you've not done something like this before, you can slide the accessory box off.
Yes.
That can help sometimes with jobs like this.
I've just had an idea.
Go on.
If you were worried about making a mistake by sewing your binding this way, if you used one of your decorative stitches that's fatter, that's wider, if you did it over the top,
yes,
I've just inspired myself, because it would disguise, yes, and you wouldn't.
Serpentine stitch
is that?
would work
I need
for
to
that.
look at what that is. I'll have a look. I've got my...
It's a fancy name for a very simple stitch. It's just
Okay.
a kind of undulate. Usually it looks like a backward S
Okay.
on your sewing machine.
Okay.
And yeah, I use it a lot for quilting, and you can use it for machine sewing or binding on a quilt as well.
Okay, I will have
So yeah,
a look.
that would work really well. Debbie Shaw's book sold out. Well done. Congratulations to everybody. We had big stocks of that. I'm sorry if you missed out. We will try and get it in again in the future, but... Now, the mega bundle of all of the panels, Dawn, sold out.
Wow.
It's sold out. Well done. But we're going to stick with Dawn for demo because we started late, so we're going to give her that extra time because we
Thank
love your
you.
demos.
So I've just...
Details just coming up on the screen for the fat quarter fabric panel. Remember, you get 4 bigger than normal fat quarters on that. You've got that lovely deep plum leaf print that Dawn's used on the outside. You've got that brown and gold corn print, and then you've got those 2 lovely feature prints, the one featuring lovely autumn leaves, and then the other one on the other side, which is kind of a combination of pumpkins and falling leaves on a nice ivory background. So really lovely that. $19.99, and those are extra large fat quarters.
So there you go. It's all filled with all of your
All
sewing,
done.
all done.
Isn't that lovely?
And then you've got the room to put your fat quarters and different things
Yeah,
inside.
your rotary cutter.
And it's
Or-
a nice size for your sewing room, I think, to get enough for one project. If you needed different threads, you've got your bias binding tool, different things in there. You could put everything in there ready to do one project and then take it with you wherever you needed to go.
To be honest with you, when we were talking before early morning about the show, and you were talking about making this using 5 inch, I was expecting something much smaller.
Yes.
I thought it would be tiny.
Yes.
And you were doing like a mini version of what was in the book, but that is the version in the book, isn't it?
But as I said, so this one, all I did, no, go back that way, is I just didn't do the wide because like I said, I wanted to put my my smaller things in there.
Absolutely.
So
Your
then you could
massive
stand your
collection
pencils.
of seam
I've got
rippers.
6. I've got my Nan's one, and then I've got 5 of my own, and I can never usually find them. But there you go.
Oh my goodness.
It
Oh, I'm
is
just-
usually a mess.
I'm shuddering at the thought of all that ripping out.
Yes.
Are you an unpicker there? Well, silly question. Clearly you are.
Because I'm not a tidy person, but I like things to be right when I'm sewing, so
For
I
sure.
will go back and unpick it and then do it again if I think it's not quite right. So.
You heard it here, folks. If you're not happy with your sewing, unpick it. It's good advice.
But it's just there's nothing final, is there, with sewing other than cutting? So you can just correct your stitching. When I made the hanger, it wasn't quite right, so I just went back, turned it right sides out, and then made sure, because I knew it was going to be on there and it wasn't going to be quite right, so I just went back and seam ripped it and went back again.
The Grim Ripper.
Oh, I like that.
Dawn, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I don't think I've ever spent a more inspirational hour.
Wow,
so
thank
you
you.
for that. Loved it. Loved it. We've been so busy. We're just going to do a quick recap of what is left because we've got a little left and we don't want you to be disappointed. So, we've got the fat quarter panel. That is here. That is here. We've got the fat quarter panel. And I'm going to stand up so you can see this. Oh, there we go. Absolutely massive. These are bigger than normal fat quarters. Absolutely huge. Brilliant for making some, as I say, harvest tote bags, lining a basket. That would be a lovely gift, wouldn't it? A lined basket filled with some lovely fruits and vegetables. Yeah? That would be really nice. Do you remember Harvest Festival at school?
Still do it. They
And
still
people
do
used
it.
to bring stuff in.
My youngest always wanted to take in a pineapple and a melon because he wanted the impact. And I thought, well, I'm not so sure that the the people that it was going to, the older people in the village, whether they would appreciate a huge pineapple and a huge melon. It's usually tins of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, often it is, yeah. Although I love all that kind of, fresh fruit and veg, it's lovely.
We can give the fresh fruit away, but not the bread.
No, that's staying with us, thanks.
Yes.
And we also used to have a big sheaf of corn. at school. I think it was the same dusty old one that used to get brought out every year. But a farmer certainly used to bring some bales of hay. And I just remember it was lovely. I have brought a tin of beans to put on the harvest table.
I love it.
Love it. Love it. We're going to have to go to a break. We're not going to a break. I'm just going to keep singing. So that's our fat quarters. Now we've also got the strips. Now this, we've only got 10 of these remaining, so I'd be quick on this one. You're getting 18 2.5-inch strips. It's the full width of the fabric. Should really be $19.99, let's be honest. You've got some feature prints there. You've got some tone on tones there as well. Love that one with the leaves. Absolutely beautiful. Use them as they are. Use them as borders. Miter them together to create some secondary patterns. Use them for the lovely apron and the peg bag that Dawn showed us as well. Both really gorgeous projects. Also table mats, placemats. They're absolutely perfect. Layer them up, bind them, or you could even bag them out, couldn't you?
Yes, definitely.
Leave off the binding. If you've never bagged out before, look up bagging out, quilting, and get a quick tutorial. Now, shall we look at squares? The squares. Now on the squares, you've got 40 of these on the panel. I just think that looks delicious. I just want to layer that, quilt it, bind it, and call it done. If you wanted to, you could cut across the corners at a 45-degree angle and sort of have pointed ends to your runner, couldn't you? I'm not describing it very well. I want to show you, but I'm holding the panel out and I can't. But just do pointy ends. And that would make the most wonderful table runner. You could have that layered, quilted, and on the table by dinner time.
Definitely.
Beautiful. £14.99. I think that's a quick enough project and a good enough price that you could make those as gifts and still feel very proud of yourself.
Definitely.
That you haven't spent a fortune, you've made something really lovely, and it hasn't taken forever either. So that's the squares. And then the hexagons. Remember, the picture on the web is wrong, but the description is right. So go for the one that says hexes. You're getting 60 hexes. I love the fact that these have got that white diamond in between, because it means that you can use this as a cheetah cloth, as Dawn did on her tea cosy, and just quilt around those diamonds. So no more English paper piecing, but of course if you wanted to do English paper piecing, just cut them out, fold them around your templates, and away you go. Love the fact that there's a bit of fussy cutting, look of fussy cutting going on there in some of those hexagons. Beautiful mix of colours, eggplant, deep plum and purple, lovely lilacs, golds, pumpkin orange, bit of cream and green in there as well. It's a beautiful, beautiful palette, and that's only £12.99. Splendid price. We're going to go to a break now. I'm going to go for some soup and roll. I'm not really, but we're going to come back with some amazing fabrics. So don't go away. And don't forget, if you are making any purchases today and you've got your voucher code, make sure you use your 10% off today. I'll see you after the break.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
I hope you're as full of autumn spirit as we are here at Sewing Street. Welcome back, everybody. It is autumn. It is officially autumn. It is fall. It is absolutely gorgeous. It is autumn leaves, oranges, reds and golds, crunchy leaves underfoot, and conkers in a bowl. I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for joining me on Sewing Street today. We've got a fabulous hour coming up. Fabulous. I've got so many beautiful fabrics. This table is literally groaning with autumn, and I'm going to start with the most beautiful Riley Blake collection. I haven't seen this before. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my goodness, lovely. It's only been on once before. You're getting 1/2 metre of each fabric. You're getting 6.5 metres in total. Now this is just the warmth and the glow of an open fire, logs burning. I mean, absolutely beautiful, warm, rich colours. Pumpkin oranges, beautiful deep sage green, rusts, chocolate brown, and the most warm and lovely cream in there as well. Beautiful stuff. I've got to open this one out and show you because this is the most amazing cheetah cloth, which is kind of like instant patchwork. Look at that. It is so beautiful. So beautiful. Is this available by the 1/2 metre? There was only a little bit of this remaining, so we've got it in the bundle. Get this in the bundle. These would cut up. Can you imagine cutting out those circles and then appliquing them onto something else and creating bigger patchwork, borders, blocks? You could just layer that up and quilt it. That is super yummy. Absolutely gorgeous. You're getting 13.5 metres. It's just fab. Beautiful quality fabric. Riley Blake, of course, we know and love. They make beautiful, beautiful fabrics. £7.49 per 1/2 metre, but you're actually getting one of these 1/2 metres for free. You're paying for 12, but you're getting 13. So let's think of that as the freebie. And then look at all these gorgeous coordinates. I mean, this one right here is stunning. Absolutely stunning. If that's available by the metre, I'd be popping that into my basket for a dress. That would make the most beautiful, or a blouse. It is just stunning fabric and would be lovely as a feature fabric in a quilt. Simple 9 patches set with plain blocks of something like that, or the cheetah cloth. You could use that one too. Really lovely. Some great coordinate there, a little bit of light. That floral in a chocolate. This is pretty. Little oranges or little berries. That's very, very pretty. And having fabrics like this allows those more intensely patterned fabrics really to shine. I'm going to move that over slightly so you can see better. Isn't that pretty? Pumpkin orange, vines, this rich gold. I mean, that is just glowy. We're in single figures for this bundle. I'm not surprised. It is so pretty. Is there any chance I can have one? Please, please, please. That is really lovely. And I love this little bit of blue in there. It just lifts the whole thing. Oh, that deep orangey red. It's absolutely stunning. Chocolate brown, falling leaves and berries. I think enough said. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning, that one. You can tell when I really love a range, can't you? I just want to, that's mine. Thank you very much. Now, that's limited now. That is limited. Now we've got a solid bundle. This again is very much those sort of colours of fire, you know, kind of November the 5th, but also of Thanksgiving and falling leaves. You've got 1/2 metre of each fabric, £13.96. You're getting a chocolate brown, you're getting this wonderful tomato red, a beautiful bright yellow, and then that perfect pumpkin orange. So great coordinates. Great for mixing and matching together as well. At £13.96, we're a bit limited, I'll be honest with you. We haven't got loads of these bundles because we were pretty low on orange. We had that as a special yesterday. So we haven't got a great many of these, but these would go absolutely beautifully if you've gone for the Riley Blake bundle. Look how beautifully they coordinate. Absolutely perfect. And of course, throw in a bit of cream. That would go really nicely as well. So that's our solids in autumn colours fabric bundle. 2 metres for only £13.96. Great little buy that. Yum, yum. Now, next, This is the Harvest Whisper. These are stunning. These are stunning. Now, this is a big bundle. I think this is a very painterly take on autumn, isn't it? They look a little bit batiky, but they're not. They're a printed fabric, watercolory almost as well. Beautiful greens there. This is a smashing one. Look at those rosy red apples. Fabulous leaves and berries there. That is absolutely stunning. Let me just open that one out a little bit so you can see. Isn't that lovely? Kind of maple leaves, pine cones, berries and blackberries. All my blackberries are finished now. I'm a little bit sad because I do love blackberries. I love free. I love gathering. Pears, this time of year as well. Lovely pears. This is stunning, this one. Look at that. Look at the colours in there. I think I'd be inclined to make a disappearing 9 patch with these fabrics, and I would grade it. I would start in one corner with kind of deep reds and purples, and then I'd go across into oranges, golds, and then greens in the far corner, and kind of wash it out across the quilt. Simple piecing, but a kind of interesting way of setting them. This purple, amazing. I've got to move that one. I'm so sorry. It's got to go there. Cute. That's just the way I roll. And then this one that's covered in gourds. I do love a decorative gourd. And then I think very possibly my favourite fabric from the whole collection is this one, because the chocolate brown in the background with those leaves, that is just glowing, isn't it? This is our Harvest Whisper fabric bundle. You're getting a whole 5 metres of fabric. It's £69.90. I think that is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If your season is autumn, that is you in fabric, isn't it? It's certainly me. Now we've got some smaller bundles from the Harvest Whisper. Let's start with the leaves. These are absolutely gorgeous. They're so glowy and intense. This is mostly, these are like oak leaves, aren't they, I think? You've got your deep green. This is just stunning. And then that purple. Absolutely gorgeous. What about making bear's paw block out of these? Put some purple, maybe 3 purple, 3 of the gold and 3 of the green, and then set them, you know, diagonal rows in a 3x3 setting. That would be really nice. And just use something like maybe a deep chocolate background would be really nice. You could use a cream as well if you wanted a lighter look, but you could go for a really deep dark background so that these glow against it. You could even use black as well. Would make a great autumn wall hanging. Or what about the maple leaf block? That would be really nice too, and make leaf blocks out of leaf fabric. Beautiful. Beautiful. So that's £19.99. You're getting 1.5 metres of fabric from the Harvest Whisper in oak design. Really lovely that. Now, next up, we've got this one right here. These are really lovely. You know this one's my favourite. Chocolate brown background. And this one's got a sort of, it's a very soft, almost aqua background. It's not white or cream. It's like a very soft, it's almost like it's been sponged, the background. It's very, very delicate. Under 15, but in fact it's under £14, £13.98. And please, please don't forget, if you've got your voucher code for 10% off everything today, you can use it on any of these fabric bundles. You can use it on anything today apart from machines. So why not? Lovely. You're getting a metre of fabric there, half a metre of each, but we've only got 8 of this bundle left. So you will need to be very, very quick. But that's a project in itself, isn't it? Some easy table runner, placemats, some quick cushions to make, just to autumn up a room. Autumn up a room, that's my very own phrase there. But you know, when you just want to do a really quick makeover of a space and just make it look a bit cosy or a bit of the season, few little throw cushions. It's all you need. Very simple. In fact, I would mix that with our solids bundle. That would work really well again, wouldn't it? If I just show you kind of just like the chocolate brown and that together, just very, very easy mixture together. Or like this one with the red. You could do bags as well. What about harvest shopping bags? Yeah, so I've just combined this bundle with the solids bundle. That solids bundle, £13.98 for that, and you're getting 2 metres. There it is, £13.96. Fabulous. Now then, we've got one more. This is very nice. I like this. We've got the pumpkins and gourds. It's about to sell out, so it'll be super quick. Really lovely, 1.5 metres of fabric in total. You're getting 0.5 metre of the decorative goods fabric. Then you're getting this, which is a beautiful, like deep old gold. So this is different. Let me just compare it. This is the yellow from the solids bundle. So it's not the same yellow. So if you're buying the solids bundle, even more value there. So it's lovely deep old gold, and then you're getting this wonderful deep moss green. I think that combination is absolutely stunning. Isn't that lovely? And this fabric is such a feature fabric that I think to make, and I'm particularly inclined to make kitchen-y things with this, you know, just a simple border of this, or make the centre of, say, for example, that placemat in the green and just border it with this. So you've got like a thin strip like that. Simple but lovely. What about napkins? Main napkin and a wide border all the way around the outside edge. Oh, that's sold out now, so forget that lovely idea. Well, don't forget that lovely idea, but use it with a different fabric. Super though, isn't it? Oh, goodness me, I do love these fabrics. Now then, let's see what else we have. A gold. This one? Nope. These ones. Oh, this is lovely. I think this has got an almost, well, are we autumn or are we hedging towards Christmas with this? Oh, that is, well, this is wedding. This is super posh. Wow, there's 2 fabrics here. You're getting 0.5 metre of each. And this is all about glitz and glamour, isn't it? You've got this one, which is an all over like big peonies. And then this one, which is a sort of large scale paisley style design. That is absolutely stunning. You could mix and match that, couldn't you, with some of your solids? I think it would be particularly nice done just with plain white or ivory fabric. Have you seen those lovely candle centerpieces? You use like a 6-inch square, I think, of, or 4 or 5-inch square of Bosal in our form, and you have fabric on both sides, and then you sort of stitch the triangles together all round in a circle, put the candle in the centre. Have a look for it online, it's amazing, and this would look so good for that. Oh, that is just wonderful. And you know, despite the fact that there's all this really, I mean, really heavy gold printing on the fabric, it still feels lovely, soft, drapable, beautiful, and it feels like it's going to last. This would be absolutely divine for bags, wouldn't it? What about if you're going to a winter wedding? There are a lot of winter weddings this year because everyone's had their wedding pushed back and pushed back. This would be the most amazing evening clutch bag for a special occasion. Or Christmas do, or a New Year's Eve do. Lovely. I'm getting very excited about party season. That is lovely. And £14.98 for Riley Blake. Now, we've also got a version from the same range, again Riley Blake, in red. This is very, very lovely. Look at that. You can really see those peonies very, very clearly. It's got a different coordinate with it. To me, this is very interiors. Hannah, our producer, absolutely loves this fabric. Look at that. That would be so lovely. That would make a wonderful bolster for the back of a bed. So along the top of the cushions, that would be absolutely lovely, a long runner. It's a magnificent piece of fabric. You could even just frame it, couldn't you? Stretch it over a frame or put an ornate gilt frame around that. Just beautiful. But it would also be fab for bags, cushions, home deck, I'm thinking, for this one, because you want big pieces of that fabric to really show it off. Again, £14.98. You're getting 2.5 meters, one of the bird and leaf print and one of this divine peony print. Absolutely gorgeous. And red and white quilts are one of my favourites as well, so you could use them for that too. So there are a couple of smaller bundles. Now I've got a couple more. Let's go green or pink? What do you think? Let's go pink. Let's go pink. Now I remember this range. Autumn Walks bundle. It's from Moda's Fanciful Forest. I'll show you this one first, this fabric, because this one kind of brings it right into autumn. Look at that. Look at that. Now I think that would be lovely made into a scarf. You could do like an infinity scarf, perhaps something like that. Really pretty. Use your overlocker if you've got your 644 Elna. Why not make an infinity scarf? Really beautiful. So many different colours in there. And it's a bit of a different take on autumn, isn't it? Because it's not the oranges and the yellows and the golds. It's more of a pinks and clarets. And I love all this sort of turquoise and purple as well. Really super. It's that sort of different light you get in autumn, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. You're getting 1.5 meters in this bundle. Again, bag making, absolutely splendid. This fabric right here that's in that same bundle is like, wow, look at that. It's almost like a hand-dyed fabric, isn't it? With these wonderful kind of watercolory splodges of raspberry and bubblegum pink mixed in with peach and lemon. It's really lovely. There's a little bit of soft lilac in there as well. Sugared almonds. Bonbonieri. Gorgeous. And then there's this one right here. Oh, petit fours. French fancies. Any kind of cake with icing. Yummy. Again, just lovely. Very girly as well, I think. Be really nice if you wanted to do, you know, if you're making kind of like a unicorn style quilt, you know, something pretty for a bedroom. This would mix in really well too. That's splendid. So that's our Fanciful Forest Autumn Walks bundle. And then a little bit of tea. Oh, I've just noticed I've got loads of threads. I'm covered in thread because I'm surrounded by fabric and it's lovely, and that's just me. Now this is called Fresh Stroll. Fresh Stroll. Harder to say. But this is the green version of those fabrics. There aren't very many of these. This is wonderfully eclectic and just yummy. Lovely greens, lots of lovely greens in this. That's why we've called it Fresh Stroll, because it's got that wonderful freshness, all those greens, hints of blue, and then just a little orange and red. This, excuse me, this sort of reminds me a little bit Clarice Cliff. Are you with me? It's got a little bit of a Clarice Cliff vibe, hasn't it? Because it's a bit abstract. It's those colours as well. Nice. If you've got Clarice Cliff in your kitchen, what about making a little something for your kitchen? Now, what about this one? This is beautiful too. This is those almost like clouds or clamshells, but done in a really organic way. Lots of greens, a bit more of that sort of pink and orange in this one. It's a very, very beautiful, beautiful colour fabric, multicoloured fabric. And then last of all, you've got that wonderful sort of splodgy watercolour hand-dyed look fabric. And it's Moda, so you know it's going to be absolutely beautiful quality. It is stunning. So soft. Fabulous. That's £22.47, and you're getting 3.5 metres, 1.5 metres of fabric in total. Now we've loads of other fabrics. Loads of other fabrics that I'm going to show you. I'll whiz through them. We've got a great picture to show you too that's been sent in from one of our viewers about foundation piecing from Jenny. This is the leaf I've done from the book. It's not my forte, but I'm pleased with my attempt from Jenny. Jenny, it's your forte. It's your forte. That is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Thanks, Jenny. Thanks for sending that in. And you know, it's honest, really. As Jenny said, not her forte. And I said earlier on, foundation paper piecing can be a bit marmitey, but with the right patterns, the right book, the right tools, it's a skill that is so useful. You can make blocks with foundation piecing that you cannot make any other way. And once you've got it, you'll love it. I spent about 3 years doing nothing but foundation paper piecing because I was just, well, just in love with what you can do. This is a book that we've got on the show. It's $15.99. It's 10% off if you use your code today, of course, like everything else. And you've got patterns for 100 6-inch blocks. They're all foundation paper pieced, and they're all grouped in different categories: garden, creatures, food and drink, weather, celebrations, kitchen, out and about, fruit, and hobbies and leisure. And then, if that wasn't enough, you've actually got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 projects just to get you started with how to use your blocks. Now, of course, oh, look at that, the kitchen scales. Isn't that fab? And there's a jar of jam in here as well, and a measuring jug, an egg cup. I mean, just so many fun things. Love the coffee cup and the teapot. I could imagine a whole quilt just of those. There's your jam jar, a sugar bowl. I mean, really fun. A few little Christmas designs there as well. The gift box would be a nice, easy place to start. You've also got a pumpkin, of course, for this time of year. You could use some of your autumn fabrics that we've got in the show for that. And what I love about this book is the designs are incredibly well thought out. There are some brilliant projects in the back, 10 of them, to use your blocks. But you've also got the option of resizing them. That is so cute, that little drawstring bag. Just using one block and a bit of extra fabric, and you've got a really cute project. Totally unique. Fabulous. That's great too, the lemonade zip purse. There was a demonstration of how to do foundation piecing on the 12th of August, 12th of September. 12th of September, if you want to have a look at that. Also, I've done a tutorial on my YouTube, so have a look at that if you want to see how to foundation piece. So that's our book, 100 Paper Pieced Quilt Blocks by Sarah Callard. And what Sarah's done is she's actually curated designs from lots of different designers. So you get a real good mix. That's fab. I think that should be on every quilter's show. Oh, hang on. Look at that. That is lovely. That is really lovely. All right, I'm buying one of these. I mean it. It's gorgeous. Great. Now, to go with that, I've got a couple of extras. Carol Doak's foundation paper. Now, Carol Doak is the person I learnt to foundation piece from. She's an American quilter. She's really the queen of foundation piecing. She's been doing it for a long time. And her method is the method I've used ever since. Superb. This is a pack of 100 sheets, 8.5 inches by 11 inches. So standard A4. You can use this through your inkjet or laser printers or a photocopier. And what you do then is you scan in your block and then print it out on the paper. If you haven't got a scanner, you could always draw the block out or the sections out onto the paper and then photocopy it. Just check the sizing to make sure that your reproduction is the right size. And excuse me, what's great about this paper is it's very, very lightweight, so it won't create bulk when you're joining sections together. It's absorbent, so less ink's going to transfer where you don't want it. So that's a great thing about it. It's also non-coated, so the fabric won't slip on it. But best of all, I think that lightweight paper means that when you tear it away and remove it, it will come out really easily. So that's 100 sheets for £14.99. You can multi-buy on that one. If you're a real fan of foundation paper piecing, goes really well with the book too. And then we've also got the add a quarter rulers. Now this is a double pack, you're getting two in here, the large and the small. There they are. Just turn them over. So this is a 6-inch long add a quarter ruler, and then this one over here is the 12-inch. So great for small blocks or small sections and for the larger sections that we might do. And what you've got basically is a lip along this edge, just along here, that's 1/4 inch. So Carol shows you how, you can watch videos of how to use the add a quarter, but essentially you will put that over your block to trim so that you've just got 1/4 inch of fabric left. We did have a guest, didn't we, who demoed how to use this. There's been quite a few, yeah. So if you just do a search on YouTube, actually, Sewing Street Foundation Piecing, and you will find some demos. They are absolutely brilliant. Keep them precious. Keep them precious, they're so useful. So that's your sort of foundation piecing group. Now, I've got my eye on a few things today, and this, as soon as I saw this, I was just all over this. This is Moda's Ladies Legacy collection. Now, it's only ever been on once before. It's a mega bundle and you're getting 6 meters of fabric in total. So you've 12 half meters. You're paying for 11 of them. One of them is free. Let me show you these because they are absolutely dreaming. If you're a fan of Christopher Wilson Tate and you like his fabrics, these would go absolutely beautifully. But what I love is that mixture of blues with ochre. I just think it's stunning. This paisley design is wonderful. That is such a beautiful tiny design, like a little tiny flower, geometric flower. If you love Jo Morton, love her fabric collections, I've got many of them. This I think would fit beautifully if you like making sort of reproduction style quilts. And mini quilts, Jo Morton's very keen on those. I mean, how's that for a piece of fabric? It's absolutely stunning. Elliot has just said that this fabric collection is glorious, which I think sums it up very well indeed. But it's also got a lovely autumn palette too, hasn't it? It's that combination of federal blue and pumpkin that it's just stunning. So you've got that same border print in the ochre as well. This is gorgeous. Look here, we've got more of the leaves, that little flower print, and then you've got a couple of small checks, really nice these, and then one more stripe. I just think that is a stunning collection. It's ready, isn't it, just to make into a quilt. I would add in some like a nice warm cream solid, or maybe a tone on tone to this. And you've got your quilt, haven't you? Really lovely. Maybe something like Lemoyne stars. I would definitely use your opportunity today to use your 10% off and save yourself an extra £8 and something off this. Terrific. That's like getting a whole metre free, isn't it? Because you've already got 1/2 metre for free. Why not get another 1/2 metre for free by using your voucher and then just pay for those? Absolutely stunning, that. I'm very, very tempted. And you know what Oscar Wilde said? I can resist anything but temptation. Love it. It's a little bit highbrow, wasn't it? So that's the Ladies' Legacy collection from Moda. Now, I've got a wonderful bundle from Anna Maria Horner. I'm going to have to move all of these over because we've got some small bundles as well that are available, but these actually all come from the main bundle too. Actually, we've got duplicates. Great. Let me pop those back. Right, so this is Anna Maria Horner's Love Always mega bundle. You're getting 16 meters of fabric in this mega bundle. So we're not kidding when we say it's a mega bundle. It is huge and it is wonderful. Let me pop those up there in their rightful place. So you're getting here 32 different fabrics. That is huge. And what Anna's done with this collection, it's her latest collection called Love Always. And what she wanted to do was her most loved prints. She's recoloured some of them. She's put them together into a collection. They're her most loved designs. And she created this collection really as a love letter to all her many, many thousands of fans around the world to say thank you for supporting her vision of what fabric should be and her vision for quilting and bag making and dressmaking too. And, you know, supporting her in her dream job, really. So it's absolutely gorgeous. You've got the wildest florals in here. I mean, just take a look at this one fabric. I mean, it's stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Beautiful, beautiful fabric. The colours, the intensity of colours in that are amazing. Love the charcoal background. Love the pops of pink and lime green and a beautiful kind of tealy blue as well. It is absolutely lovely. Great for bag making, this. It's superb. Now you're getting Anna's brand new collection in its entirety in this mega bundle. You're not having to choose. You're getting a bit of everything. In fact, you're getting half a metre of everything. And design-wise, goodness me, there's so much in there. We love echinacea. Let me just find some echinacea. There's loads of different colourways in this. Let me just show you a few of them. These are really lovely. They're all mixed in. There's more ones there. Oh, look at that. And that. This one I think is my favourite. It's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We're not done. There's that one too. And that one, that is another favourite of mine. Half a metre of each, remember. So those are all the echinaceas. How fabulous are they? Half a metre of each. And then you're getting, oh my goodness me, this is a lovely print. It's got kind of like big overblown roses on it. There's a gorgeous pink, there's a green colourway. There's also this one, which I think is my favourite colourway of that, which is this really deep eggplant. It's all about eggplant today, aubergine, loving that colour. There's some florals. This is a beautiful one. You've got a couple of different colourways of this. How lovely is that? And the whole thing is stunning. If you need a bit of inspiration for how to use your Anna Maria Horner fabrics, just Google Anna Maria Horner quilts and you will see, oh my goodness me, the most incredible quilts made with her fabrics. They are just lovely. And all these beautiful colours. And you know, when you're using these in a quilt, you can pick out your favourites, but also if you literally throw everything at a quilt, and I would mix in some solids, and don't be sort of afraid on the solids, use bright, intense jade green, mustard yellow, really intense raspberry pink, charcoal grey, a deep navy, and really make these fabrics work, make them pop against the solids. You will just have the best time. Look at all these lovely fabrics. There's an echinacea I missed. Even more. Don't forget, of course, you must use your 10% discount here. Remember, you'd use that code and you'd save £23 on this bundle. That's a big saving. And you're already saving over £15 because you're getting a full metre of fabric for free anyway. Goodness gracious, that is really lovely. Really lovely fabric collection that's Anna Maria Horner's latest, which is called Love Always. Now I've picked a couple of fabrics out as my favourites and now I've muddled them back in, but I will find them. It's none of those, it's that one and it's that one. There we go, I've got them. Now, should we start with burnt orange? I just love this design. I wanted to highlight these ones available by the half metre because I think particularly for a feature fabric where we might use maybe some throw cushions, maybe a bed runner, something like that. This is a great fabric for that. This is burnt orange wildflowers. And there is so much there. It's like a medieval carpet of flowers, isn't it? Swirling and undulating. It's really lovely. Kind of daisies here and some hydrangea here. The fern leaves look stunning. And this gorgeous vine. I mean, what a great piece just to embroider and embellish. Would make the most amazing addition to a crazy quilt as well. And you can buy that by the half metre. I would also say this is fabulous for dressmaking. Now, yesterday we had a Dell with the Sew Over It shift dress. Now, we don't have that shift dress pattern in stock anymore, but if you bought it yesterday, that fabric, goodness me, that would make the most amazing dress. Real statement. And then we've also picked out this fabric in Swamp. Not the most glamorous name for a fabric, but I think the actual result is amazing. It is breathtaking. Look at those purples, the pinks, it's just lovely. Against, now this isn't a grey background as such, it's sort of grey, but it's like a blue-grey background. It's really lovely. If you've got like a very plain room that you wanted just to add a real bit of impact to, this fabric would look amazing for that. I just think whatever section you pick, this little bit here, I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? Lots of fun. If you're an embroiderer and you want to start adding some embellishment and embroidery to fabric, what about using this as a starting point? I mean, can you imagine a little framed picture or the top of a box, at the top of a padded box? That would be really, really beautiful. So many ideas in a half metre of fabric. Now, a couple more bundles that we've got picked out of this range to show you. Pop Anna over there. We've got the echinacea with blue. This is lovely. So 2 half metres of fabric. We've bundled this together. If you've not tried Anna before, great way of doing it. You've got the echinacea. This was one of my favourite colourways. Really lovely. And then also this one, which is an all-over floral. That is just beautiful, isn't it? These would be lovely made into makeup bags. Or if you were watching the last hour, do you remember the makeup brush roll? That would be lovely made in either of these fabrics. Very giftable. Remember, these are half metres, and Debbie Shaw's book is all about half yard heaven. It has sold out, but if you were one of the people that managed to get that book, these fabrics would work beautifully. Details on screen for that one. 2 half metres for £15.38. And don't forget, if you've already bought something today and checked out, you've already paid your postage and packing. So anything else you buy, no more postage and packing to pay. I love this combination. I love this combination. I love this deep golden mustard in the background of both, which really pulls them together. The echinacea print is one of my all-time favourites of Anna's. That is stunning. And again, bag making, toiletry bags, zippy pouches, stunning. And then also this one, which has much more of a kind of formality to it, with this wonderful, it's almost Baroque, isn't it, design. Fabulous. It reminds me actually of carved wood, maybe even Jacobean, you know, like the wooden carving that you sometimes get in panels in really old houses, or for printing, wood panels or wood blocks for printing. It has that sort of look about it. Absolutely lovely. Just a stunning combination. These would be great also if you've got my book Bags for Life, and a lot of people have. You could use that to make something like the expanding trolley bags for going shopping. That would look amazing. Hannah's put together these bundles and I think she's done a tip-top job. I feel very inspired by that. Now we've got a pink combination. This is a great design, kind of pixelated. You sometimes get tablecloths, don't you? Have you seen them? They're quite 50s, that are sort of pixelated, or cross-stitchy almost. That's lovely. Again, I think a work bag, a knitting bag would be nice in that. And this one's lovely. This is very sort of 50s, big swirly dress, a high ponytail. You get the gist. Milkshakes and a burger. Motorbikes. It's a bit gothic, that one, isn't it? I think it's the black leaves in the background that are making me think this is a little bit more on the gothic side, but absolutely beautiful. That one is the Anna Maria Horner Love Always Pinks fabric bundle. You're getting a metre of fabric there for £15.38. Really lovely that. Anna is one of my favourite fabric designers. She's been a fabric designer for a long time for Free Spirit. And those are just delicious. Free Spirit for me have always been at the forefront of fabric design. They've always pushed those boundaries and taken us out of our comfort zone. And some of these fabrics might be out of your comfort zone, but I would urge you to try something like a 1 metre bundle if you've never tried working with Anna's fabrics before, just to see what you come up with, and just maybe make a bag or a little wall hanging, something like that, just to try out something a bit different. Now, we've got some lovely oh, where are we? I've got this one. This is lovely. Now then, 2 versions of this bundle. I'm going to grab them both down. This is Moda Sanctuary. It's like a sort of duck egg blue, but we've called it green. Moda Sanctuary bundle in green. Let me show you this. And this is quintessential Moda kind of Three Sisters look. Very lovely, kind of a duck egg blue green background, pretty anemones, I think, pretty florals, and then this gorgeous all over budding roses and leaves. Very nice. That would be lovely for patchwork piecing, and because these are quite small scale designs, good for patchwork, because when you cut them up, even when you cut them up quite small, you're still getting plenty of the design. You're getting 1.5 meters there for £21.99, and that's beautiful Moda fabric, and that's our green bundle. Now then, we are also doing a pink bundle. They'd go really nicely together, actually. Both combined with some white or cream solid, you'd make a beautiful romantic quilt. If you like shabby chic If that's your style, shabby chic, this is absolutely perfect. So this is a lovely soft, almost like a sort of apple blossom pink. It's that kind of apple blossom pink. It's really soft and delicate, almost a peachy pink. Same 3 fabrics, but in the pink colourway. Moda Sanctuary pink bundle, 1.5 metres for £21.99. Again, a great price for Moda quality fabric. Also lovely for making little bags. What about a little pieced drawstring pyjama bag? That would be lovely. Just to keep your pyjamas tidy, like a little drawstring bag that you can hang on the knob of the bed, if your bed has a knob. Mine does. But it's just a way of keeping pyjamas tidy. Or a laundry bag, that would be nice. A laundry bag would be very pretty made in that. So that is the Moda Sanctuary pink bundle, 1.5 metres of fabric for £21.99. I hope you're feeling as inspired as I am. I just want to get my sewing machine out. Now, we've got a Lulu mega bundle. This is lovely. You're getting 0.5 metre for free in this bundle. It's a gorgeous combination of some navy blue prints in there, which really help to anchor the whole collection. Pretty little floral, almost like a mille fiori, you know, the little glass paperweights that you can get. That reminds me of that. This wonderful floral, little birds. Absolutely delicious. Look at those birds there. We can't get any more of this, by the way. Once we've sold out, we've sold out. This is the mega bundle. It's absolutely lovely. I love the swallows. Hang on to summer for a little bit longer. There's more of that mille fiori, and then also this lovely little kind of wobbly stripe, multi-tones in there. That is a beautiful, beautiful bundle. Now in that you're getting 7.5 metres, so there are 15 fabrics. 0.5 metre within those 15 is free, so it's like this one you haven't paid for, and the rest are £105.36. You can have split pay, £52.68 if you'd like to get that bundle home. But this really is your last chance because we can't get any more of this Lulu bundle again. Away! It's my Lulu. There we go. So that's the Lulu bundle. We've got some smaller bundles as well, if you love that. Now then, cream, 2 creams, blue and an orange. There we go, all together. Now this is our cream bundle of Lulu. So if you want a smaller bundle, maybe mix in some of your other fabrics, this is lovely. Now you're getting 5 fabrics here, so a total of 2.5 metres, and this is all in the lighter cream shades. Very, very pretty that. That's a gorgeous bundle, isn't it? Look at that. 2.5 metres for £36.99. Including these absolutely beautiful florals. That is a statement, isn't it? Look at that. Absolutely lovely. Love these birds, big flowers. Looks like it's been hand watercolour painted straight onto the fabric. And then a lovely mix of coordinates to go with it. Would mix really, really well with solids, or batiks would look nice with this. That's so super. That's our cream bundle, 2.5 metres, £36.99. Now we've also got an orange bundle. I love orange, it's one of my absolute favourite colours. Let me show you those prints. So you've got that little floral. I think this would just brighten up any space you put this in. Large florals, coordinates. This swallow print is fun, isn't it? I think that's absolutely super. There's your orange bundle. Again, 2.5 meters for £36.99. It's the most beautiful quality. I mean, love Moda fabric. It's such a finely woven cotton. It's going to wash well. It's going to wear well. It feels soft against your skin. And also, being a really nice, tightly woven fabric, it means that when you're piecing, you're not going to get that stretch and that distortion when you're piecing. So your piecing will be more accurate. Use a good quality fabric. Now, last of all, we've got the blue bundle, and this is our last bundle of the hour before we take a little break. Although I love the really big floral, I've got to say in the navy, this is stunning. It is absolutely stunning. Look at that. I love that. And for a binding or a narrow sashing, that would really make a statement. Smashing that. You've got lovely florals as well that are going to coordinate so well. But that little stripe, that is my favourite fabric, I think, of the whole hour. Oh, I don't know, then there's those lovely autumn fabrics we had too. Oh, I love it all. All of it. Absolutely all of it. Gorgeous. Well, I need to take a little break because I've got to clear all of this fabric off and put it in the boot of my car. While I'm doing that, why don't you go and make yourself a pumpkin spiced latte? And when you come back, I'll be here with the wonderful Dawn, who's got another fantastic hour for you with a really gorgeous design. Don't go away. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
If you
you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, hello, how are you doing? It is Sewing Street, we're here, you're here, I'm Stuart Hillard. It's great to have your company this morning, and I hope you're having a great day. Now, we've got a wonderful hour next up with the wonderful, wonderful Dawn Taylor, who is a cherished guest and who's brought us so many lovely ideas in the past. We've got a great hour with her now, featuring some of her wonderful designs. Let's start with the blue bundle, which goes with the bag I've got right here. Now today Dawn's going to be demoing this wonderful bag. It's called the Amy Shawl Bag. Just gorgeous. How smart is that? We'll talk about it in just a second. Now what you're getting in this bundle is you're getting full instructions for making the bag, and then you're getting 1/2 metre of each of 3 different fabrics. Now you're getting 1/2 metre of this navy blue PU, okay, and then you're also getting 1/2 metre of this blue kind of subtle mottle fabric, which is for the lining. And then you're also getting 1/2 metre of this jersey fabric, which is to make what I think is genius about this bag, the coordinating scarf. So although this is a lovely decorative tie around the bag, it also comes off and goes around your shoulders and around your neck when you're feeling a bit chilly, which I just think is a brilliant, brilliant idea. So you're getting those 3/2 metres of fabric. The PU, I've got to say, to make this bag, it's just gorgeous. It creates a really classy bag. Let me show you from both sides. So I think whichever way round you have it, it looks really smart. Dawn's quilted that PU on the example that we've got in the studio, but not there, I think. Or is that on the other side? That's on the wrong side. So one side is quilted in like a crosshatch. You can see that there. And then the other side is left plain. I just think that looks really classy. Love that. Really like that. And I love the fact that even when the scarf is taken off it, which I'm going to just jump ahead and do, I'm going to take that off. So what we've still got this really beautiful, classy bag. But now also we've got a beautiful jersey. Oh, this is really soft as well. That is lovely. You've got this lovely scarf. I'm just going to put that. Oh, I love that. What a clever idea, Dawn. Inspiration, please. Why?
Because
Why
I am
scarf?
always cold. So whenever we
love.
go out of an evening or even a day, my husband's always got a t-shirt on and I'm always cold. So I've always got a couple of layers. So the idea was I used to tie my shawl to the handles
Yes,
of my
seen
bag.
that done.
And then I thought, well, why don't I make it a feature of the bag and then I can then take it off rather than him maybe eye rolling that I'm taking my scarf out when it's gorgeous sunshine.
And he's warm, yeah.
And he's warm. So, and it just worked.
I think that is just a gorgeous idea. Absolutely lovely. Look at that. Really fantastic idea. That's the Dawn Taylor Amy Shawl Bag. I just think that's genius. Really lovely. Great bag, great scarf. It really is two for the price of one, isn't it? So remember, in your navy bundle for £19.99. That's ace. I hadn't even looked at the price. I was expecting $39.99. I was thinking $39.99. I'll be honest, I was really. Ace. Now you'll need a few little extra bits and bobs that you can get on the website. Some D-rings, swivel clips. We'll go through that, won't we, Dawn, in the hour?
Yes,
We'll let you know what extra bits you need to throw in. But absolutely lovely. That's your navy bundle. Exclusive pattern from Dawn Taylor. Now then, we've also got... Very smart. I'm liking this for autumn. I'm liking this for autumn. You've got a really dark chocolate brown PU for the outer bag. You've got a warmer chocolate brown for the lining. And then you've got this fabulous deep gold, antique gold jersey for making the scarf. That is a lovely combination. You're also, of course, getting your pattern. And I like as well the fact that on the front cover, that bag is made from a floral fabric, like a cotton fabric.
It's a Moda fabric. Look, you're still available and it's called Dawn something. That's why I chose it. That's my everyday bag. That's my bag that I use every day.
Fab. So, of course, once we've got the pattern, we can make this bag in other fabrics too. Fabulous. Why is it called the Amy Shawl Bag?
So my daughter is called Beth and Amy.
Right.
And I went to school with a girl who, she didn't like her name, so she changed her name from Amy Eddie, she changed her name from Emma Wigley Smith to Amy Eddie Shaw, W.
Yeah.
And sadly, she died when she was 19. So I named my daughter Beth and Amy so that Amy would live on and have a chance to, you know, get married and have babies and stuff.
That is a
And I
lovely
just
story.
thought to call the bag Amy is just another little nod. So
Yeah, little
and
tribute
it's
to
out
your
there now.
friend.
When I saw it written as a pattern and it's out, it's just so lovely that she's, you know, and obviously named after my daughter too. So.
Yeah, what a gorgeous dedication.
Lovely.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Beautiful. And it's such a gorgeous idea for a bag. I think it's great. Is there a bundle that's already in danger? The one we just did with the mustard scarf and the chocolate brown PU is very close to selling out.
Chocolate's gorgeous.
Yeah, beautiful. Lovely for autumn. The navy is very good for autumn as well, I think. Now, this is a different version. So this is not using PU. This is using a cotton for the outer. That's delish, isn't it? Look at that. Really. Oh, we've got a made-up version. You're going to love this when you see it made up. A blue lining. Stunning, and then the scarf is done in this beautiful mulberry red. It's pattern as well included. Have a look at the finished bag.
It's beautiful, isn't it? That fabric's gorgeous.
Look at that. Look
And then
at
you've
that
got the flash
blue
of blue.
lining.
Lovely.
Ooh, that's my favourite now.
Is it? I think it's gorgeous. The red, they really do go well together. The little red and
It's interesting, isn't it? When you see the fabric button, I mean, you see the fabric button and you think, oh yeah, they're all lovely, but I can't quite imagine it as a bag. But now I've seen it made up
you
into
can
the
see
bag.
that it's gorgeous.
Stunning, isn't it?
Gorgeous combination. They're very good with their combinations here.
A really, really lovely. Yeah, that could be your everyday bag, couldn't it? It could be your special going out bag. Lovely. And I love the fact that it still looks like a great bag even when the scarf is taken off.
Because it's got hardware on it. Hardware makes a bag look lovely, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does. It's those finishing touches. Yeah. And also a great design, Dawn. It's a great design. I really love that. So remember, you're getting your instructions for the Amy Shawl bag. You're also getting all the fabrics that you need, not just for the outer and the lining, but also to create that beautiful scarf. Is the scarf difficult to make? Because there might be some bag makers watching thinking, I don't do clothes.
Well, you don't have to. So this one is just, literally, it's just that piece of fabric. I've not done anything. All that you do is you pull the edge, and it sort of curls on itself.
Okay.
But what I have done on the blue one, what I did previously, is I did a lettuce hem. So you just do a zigzag stitch, pulling this under your machine, and it just makes that beautiful ruffled hem. But you don't have to. You don't have to.
Might you be able to show us that in
yes,
the hour?
and if I don't make it, there is a video, and we did do it the last time. If you want to go back and check, we did manage to fit it in.
That would be ace, because I do love the sound of a lettuce-edged scarf. Just because it sounds lovely. You can also get the pattern on its own, which I've got right here, to make your bag. Maybe you've got some fabrics at home that you've already decided how you want to use in this bag. £6.99. And there are the details on screen. It's the Dawn Taylor Amy Shawl bag. £6.99. Now I think we should launch straight into a demo, Dawn. So can I hand over to you?
You can. So because I've already done this before, and you can go back and check out the first demo, I wanted to show you something slightly different. So I did the quilting on the one side of the bag you've got to show what it can look like quilted, but also you don't have to do the quilting, you can have it plain. So I've done the quilting on this side, but if you see, I've actually used the lining on so you can, I've used the lining instead, and then also, so on that bag you've got just the PU fabric to make your straps. There is webbing available, which on the original what we did, if I can show you, I wanted to give you a bit more in this demo. So what you do is you fold your lining fabric that you cut, the measurements are there, you fold them in half. Now depending on what size your webbing is, adjust the pattern, because all you're doing is folding it in, but you might find this webbing might be slightly different, slightly smaller, slightly bigger. But what your main aim is, and it's quite hard with this darker fabric, but the main aim is to have a slight peeking out of your...
Almost like a little binding, like a lip.
Yes, so it just, and then you've got the firmness of the webbing, and then you've got the prettiness of the fabric. And then all you do is you sew as close to the edge as you can, and then you get to the end, and I'll show you this with the other straps. You just pop your swivel clip on, fold that over, and then you do a little square hem or a rectangle shape, depending on what you wanted to do. And then that seals that in. But that's how the original one was on the original pattern.
I love that. Those swivel clips, by the way, that Dawn's using are £1.99 each. The code is on screen. They're 25mm, and that's the silver look, the nickel. So
there is enough fabric to actually make fabric straps. So you could use all of, you wouldn't have to use the PU if you wanted to save it for something else. You can use, there is enough. So all this is, again, is the way that you would make binding, is you fold your fabric in half, fold your fabric in half again, and then you pin, and then you sew down both sides, and then again you're adding your swivel clip in the same way.
So that creates the shoulder straps. It also creates this part, doesn't it, as well? That the is that made in the same way?
It is. I'm not sure what you would call that bit.
Those loops for the scarf loops.
Scarf loops,
yeah,
there you go.
Scarf loops. Nice and easy. I love the fact that there's different options. So you can have the version where you use the lining fabric alone. You can use the lining fabric combined with some webbing, which we will show you in just a sec. We've got some webbing on the show too. Or you can use the PU. So you can really mix and match. And that gives you a few options as well for adding a little bit of extra colour or pattern if you wanted to. So here are your details for the navy version of the Amy Shawl bag. Indigo, PU leather, Amy Shawl bag kit Instructions and fabric. Remember, you're getting a total of 1.5 meters of fabric, including 1/2 meter of your lining, 1/2 meter of your PU, and also 1/2 meter of jersey, which creates that gorgeous scarf tie around the bag, but it's also there for when you get a bit chilly.
Which is always me.
Which is always Dawn. I love that. $19.99. It's an amazing price. And of course, you've got the pattern and the experience of making the first design up to make more.
Definitely. You can just, as I said, that's the Moda fabric that it was made with originally, and you can just, any fabric is gorgeous.
Yeah.
But the PU, the chocolate, oh, that's gorgeous.
Very yummy. I think the chocolate is almost sold out, isn't it?
I
It's
imagined
actually
it
sold out.
Oh, I thought it would be popular. So these are the instructions. You fold your scarf holder. Is that what we called it? Scarf hoop.
Scarf loop.
You fold it in half again, and then you sew down both sides, which is the same as we did with the strap. But the difference with the PU, and there is enough fabric to do this, you cut out 4 of these, okay, but you they are 3.5 inches wide.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what you do, if you draw a line down the centre, if you're making it for the first time, it might make it easier. So fold it, the PU side together.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay, and just finger press, because you can't really use anything else.
Iron,
you can
you?
clip, but
Yeah.
and then you're folding this bit back on itself. It seems counterintuitive, but it does work. Now, if you wanted to, you could do the same with this one, and then you have your seams will be hidden. But have a little practice with some other fabric if you don't want to, you know, if you're going to use your PU. Now, you can use clips. I know lots of people use the clover clips. These are from my past. These are my hairdressing clips that I still use. Okay, and then you're just going to sew as close as you want to the edge, because you can always cut this off and make, because you want a smaller hem as possible.
Okay.
Now I'm just going to
I'm very intrigued by this method.
back up.
Now, when we're sewing with PU, Dawn, do we need to use a special needle? Do we need to use special thread?
I actually have done a video, it's not on my YouTube channel yet, but it is on my Facebook page, where I used grease-proof paper because I wanted to see if it was a myth. So you can use a Teflon foot, which I have used, you can use a walking foot, and you can use a roller foot, and I've used all of those, but putting the grease-proof paper on the top and then just sewing down, it was like butter. It's amazing.
You sew
through it,
paper.
doesn't damage the machine or the foot, and then you just pull it off, and then you can use another one, use it again and again.
Yeah.
So I've got my Teflon foot on here.
Because otherwise, things like PU and waxed fabric and oilcloth can sort of stick to the bottom of your presser
They
foot.
do, definitely.
And rather than getting nicely formed stitches, you get little tiny ones, don't you?
You do. Now I'm going to use a 5.0 stitch length.
It's a long stitch.
A long stitch, which is what we usually call a top stitch. And then, now my poor Janome at home, she's 9.5 years old now. I am going to buy a new machine, but she did struggle with this, I must admit, but that was no problem at all.
Easy peasy.
That was
That's
easy
using the Elna 570.
peasy. Easy peasy, completely. And then we're just going to snip that close. And what I found is you turn this right sides out. Where is my pokey tool? Pushing out that way. But if it isn't, because fabric doesn't behave and it does change its shape, if it isn't perfectly straight, you can go back and re-sew it. So this should now be a perfect straight rectangle. And if it isn't, then you can just go back and do another stitch, but drawing it and then...
And so all the raw edges now
are
encased,
now
and
inside.
you've just got to sew down the side.
So if you want to, you can do that. I did the same on the straps, but they're not, that's not in the instructions. But I've seen it somewhere. I don't know where. It's not my original idea, I must admit. But I thought, wow, that's a really good idea. And then we're going to sew down both sides.
Very, very clever. Very clever.
There is a lot of fabric there now, though.
Yeah.
So it's quite thick. So just check your machine can handle it.
Okay.
So yeah, still using the top stitch. See, this is just, I needed this at home.
Yeah, you did.
It's like butter, absolutely like butter. It's amazing.
A Teflon foot is one of those things that I would recommend, though, if you're going to do a lot of bag making or using things like oilcloth. It is a very, very useful foot to have. It's often just referred to as a non-stick foot, and you can get them for most machines. They just snap on usually. But this is the machine that is doing the work, definitely, because I had the Teflon foot on my poor old machine, and she was struggling. But this is just sewing, as I said, like butter. It's butter again. Yes, butter. All we need is that crusty bread. It still hasn't been delivered, folks.
It hasn't, has it?
No.
If we're on again together, I will bring you some tiger loaf. Tiger loaf is my favourite.
Okay. I'll make soup.
Good. So now, as Stuart said, everything is now enclosed inside, and you can do the same on your other scarf hoops if you want to. Just snipping that off.
Really smart bag. When you did the quilting, I see you've used like a polyester batting.
It's the craft wadding that we've got.
Yeah,
it is our craft wadding.
Craft wadding, we sell that here, and we'll go over the details later. And then, did you mark your quilting design?
I didn't, because I couldn't see. I couldn't see from the other side because this is on there.
Yeah.
So I was worried that it needed to be perfect. So I started from here and sort of held it down and guided it as I thought. But you will see, if you measured these, they are not perfect. But it doesn't matter. When the bag is made up, it all creases. It's so lovely. It just all sort of squishes together. So if they're not perfect, then it doesn't matter. But if you don't want to do that, you can just leave it plain, as I showed.
Yeah. The other thing you could do, if you wanted to sort of have temporary markings without drawing on the PU, you could use low-tack painter's tape, masking tape, lay that down, and where you want to sew, and then use the edge of the painter's tape, and your walking foot, and just stitch it on there.
Where were you when I needed to know? I googled PU, and it just kept saying different plastics and how you could get marks off, but I wanted to know how to, because I used my tailor's chalk.
Yes.
And it didn't do anything.
And it didn't just
So
absolutely.
I just
low-tack painter's tape is great.
Ask an expert.
Good stuff. Just want to show you the details of the rings that you might need for this bag. You will need them. Now then, D-rings, £1.49. Now you get a pack of 2, and you're going to need 6.
4.
Oh yes, sorry, beg your pardon.
4 D-rings and 4 swivel rings.
4. Yes, sorry, should just
ask
the
my
designer,
maths,
shouldn't it?
my maths isn't great. I was worried then.
Strap at the end as well. Yeah, sorry, 2 packs of those. £1.49 for a pack of 2. Grab 2 packs, and then you also need 4 swivel clips. Great. Sorted. Dawn, back to you.
So I'm just sewing down both sides of the fabric scarf loop, just to show you how we place it on. So you take now these are really heavy, these are really good ones. They're really nice. And they, as we said, with hardware on bags, it makes it look more expensive. And these are a really, really good one. So
I think the interesting thing about hardware on bags is whether you buy a bag that costs £5 or whether you buy a bag that costs 500, the hardware is usually the same.
Yes. Yes.
So if you use nice hardware on your bags, you just get a really classy look. If you
do,
sew
it makes
it well,
all the difference. So the instructions say 2 inches in and 1 inch down. All I would say is if you're going to put this on before you put your lining together, just make sure you've got enough of a gap here, because you can have it higher, you can have it lower. It's your bag. You can put it wherever you want to. So all I've done is I've folded that over, and then I am going to pin it because I'm pinning through, but you won't see this mark.
Got you.
Okay.
Yeah, don't put pins through PU on anywhere it's going to show, because the marks don't come out, do they?
They don't. They don't. And then you are folding the bottom up. Now you could use some fray, I can't remember what it's called, fray check. Yeah. Or if you sew them the way that I did when I showed you with the PU, you won't need to, because all of your ends will be inside.
Yes.
and then you fold
Could
that up.
you use clear nail varnish?
I have done that before. Somebody told me to. I can't remember who it was now, and I can't remember what I actually used it on. But yes, I have done that before. Clear nail varnish. I guess you can't sew through it, but as long as it's at the end of wherever you're sewing.
It's just right at the very end.
And then you just pin this on, and then all you're doing is sewing a little rectangle here and a rectangle here. And I think it says to put one across as well in the instructions, but as I said, it's your bag. You can do whatever you want to do.
Yes.
Now, some people don't like putting the craft wadding on their machine. Now, I've never had a problem with it sticking or anything, but what you can do is you can put another piece of fabric under here when you're doing your quilting, just a scrap piece if you want to.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and actually what springs to mind is our quilter's calico. You could put that on the back of your bag, couldn't you?
Definitely.
It did sell out today, but keep an eye out for that. Or even just a solid, one of our solid fabrics. You could put that on the back. Just use something affordable on the back. You're never going to see it, are you?
No, but that calico always sells out, doesn't it?
It does,
So
It's
popular.
such a
You just
useful
need
fabric.
it in your stash.
Yeah.
You just need it.
When you're designing your bag store, what's your process? Are you a sketcher, a cut up of fabric, and?
I'm a cut up of fabric and sort of do it as I go along and figure it out. The other thing I have done before is the paper that you get from the post office, the brown paper.
Oh,
I don't know if
yeah,
it's got an
like on a
actual name,
roll.
but I will cut that into squares and then fold in the corners and turn it into, because it stands up, because it's sturdy, and I will use that if I'm trying to do a 2D, 3D. 3D,
yeah.
then I will use that too.
Okay,
I don't know
good
if there is
idea.
a more professional tool to use, something you're supposed to use, but that's what I use.
Well, it's whatever gives you the results you want, isn't it?
And then you can reuse it for gift giving and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
like wasting things.
I like to do that. I like to just kind of get in there with the sewing and then reverse engineer.
Yes. Yes.
You just have to remember to do it, don't you? Otherwise, you come back to it a few weeks later and say, "How did I make that?"
The other thing I do is I've got my phone next to my bed and I've got my notebook open, and if I dropping off to sleep and I think of something, I do get up and I do write it down, because the amount of times I think, oh, I'll remember that, and then I can't. But then the other thing, it'll say something like bunny, squash, and you think, what was I thinking?
Don't
half
ask.
asleep.
Don't
Half
ask
asleep.
at home.
But that's another. Just when you're thinking of something, write it down, because you think you'll remember, but you won't.
I know exactly what you mean. It's the kind of thing, having a notebook next to the bed is such a good idea, isn't it? Because you get those little moments where you think,
Do you know, and you could buy some lovely fabric and you could bound that notebook using Debbie Shaw's.
You could. You could.
You could.
You're an encourager like me, I can tell. So many people watching the show and really enjoying the demos. Thanks everyone who's watching, and don't forget as well, if you've got any questions that you want to ask Dawn while she's here about bag making, working with PU, or just about her design and her work and life, then do just message us or email in, ask your question. If you've got just a general sewing inquiry, again, whiz that in. Now, we have got a couple of other lovely projects from Dawn that I want to share with you. We've got some bundles. This is so much fun. Love this. We've got the Bright bundle. Now, this is to make storage cushions. You're getting a fabric panel. I'll show you that in a sec. You're getting a metre of fabric, coordinating fabric, and then you're also getting a roll of black felt. That's fab, look at that. Let me just move these. Loads and loads of felt. I think once you start making things for kids, you need a big roll of felt, don't you? Let me show you this panel. This is terrific. This is our Bright option. It's on screen, £19.99. Now you can decide of doing either a caterpillar on your cushion using the caterpillar heads, or these fabrics are lovely, or you can use the dog. I'll just move that over so you can see. You've got the dog. Absolutely fab. Look at that. And here's what you're actually going to make. So there's, oh look, really cute. And this is in our other colourway, by the way. The bright is shown at the top. So there's the dog. Love the little boots. 11th of July, that was first demoed. So if you want to watch back and see how the cushion goes together, that's really fun. Really like that.
I love the feet.
The feet are ace, aren't they, the way they dangle. Don't forget you're getting the pattern as well for both versions. And then we've also got a vintage version. Oh, this is lovely too, like that. And again, you can make the caterpillar or the dog. That's really pretty, isn't it? In lovely kind of pinks and lilacs, soft greens. Soft pastels, very, very nice that. So remember, you're getting your panel. You're also getting a metre of the coordinating fabric. It's cream with the vintage and a light grey with the bright. And then you're also getting Dawn's fabulous instructions and a roll of black felt. What a bargain. Great project that. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, we're also doing those too. Here they are. It's the Dawn Taylor storage cushions. I love the fact that you've got a really fun cushion on one side, and on the other side, you've got
It's me trying to tidy up in a hurry.
Yeah, well, I understand that. I hear you. Brilliant. You've got some pockets on the back. Great, easy to follow instructions. Plenty of pictures there as well. And then really well explained, full-size templates too. Love it. That's terrific. So you can get those instructions, $9.99. And remember, you get instructions for both caterpillar and the dog, so you're not having to choose. You get instructions for both. So that's the instructions on their own. Now, Dawn, where are we at with your fabulous Amy Shawl bag?
Now, it isn't on very straight. You will have more time at home than we have here, but you will make sure that yours are on straight. So I just wanted to show you that is how the PU ones are on.
Yep.
But you do have the option, as I said, of using the fabric too. You can just see that. That blue looks gorgeous on the camera.
It does look lovely, and I like the contrast.
And then what you do is you place your lining fabric right sides together, and then you sew all the way along here, just using 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
Yeah.
You open that back up, and then you do what Stuart was saying about bagging out. So you then sew the two pieces together all the way around, turn it right sides out, and your bag is done. You can box the corners if you want to. So that one has box corners, but again, that's another option. If you wanted a longer bag and not having it quite so square, you could have a longer bag, and then you could put bottles of wine. Probably wouldn't fit in there, so you probably need a longer one for a bottle of wine, wouldn't you? Maybe.
Oh, I'd fit them in somehow,
Would you?
Dawn. I'd manage. I'd squeeze them in. So there's the boxed corner option. So you've got that option. You can box the corners, and that creates a really nice sort of handbag style, doesn't it? But if you didn't do that and you just sewed around the outside edges, you'd have a flat bag, which would still be absolutely gorgeous. Oh, well, there's more options,
There are. That's what I wanted
that.
to make sure this time I could show you lots of, because you can go back and watch the original video to show how to put it together. But I want to show you this because the fabrics are so gorgeous. Why have just the fabric on the inside? Put it on the outside. The blue. If you imagine the blue on the outside of here, on there, that would look so lovely.
Yeah, I like the idea of contrast.
Really nice, really nice.
And I like the idea as well of putting in some webbing as well, doing that double strap that you did.
Yes, so that's
fabric on one side and webbing on the other.
This one, if you wanted a closer look. So you could see there, it's just poking out of the other side. But as I said, this is a thinner webbing than I've got, so check the size of your webbing, but there will be enough fabric for you to do.
That's clever, isn't it? And it also, of course, makes it a really strong handle.
Definitely.
So if you are using it as a shopping bag, maybe, with your bottles of wine / crusty bread and butter, then having an extra strong strap Really good, really good. It's such a versatile bag.
That's what I wanted to make as well, because I do take it to the shop and then I do think, oh, I'll just grab this and this, and then you don't want to be picking up all those plastic carriers. So it is big enough and it is sturdy enough that if you did want to bring back some, you know, a 4-pinter of milk or something, then you can.
Yeah, you absolutely could. Now, Dawn's, your bag is open at the top. Could we make a closure for it if we wanted?
We could. Actually, I did do a video to show you how to add a zip to 2 long tabs either side, and then you place it inside. So
yeah,
you could.
I was thinking of recessed
You could, and then
zip.
you would have enough of the lining actually, because I know I've got enough of this one left. You would have enough of the lining that you could do that. But yeah, if you go and...
Or I suppose if you'd use the fabric, the lining fabric for the straps, you could use the PU to edge the zip.
You could.
Oh, lovely options. That would be nice. Or even just like a magnetic fastener
yes.
in the centre. You could do that too.
And you could put bag feet on it so that it stands up. I know we have bag feet. I do love bag feet on a bag.
We do have bag feet. We do. They're ever so easy to install. They're only like big studs, aren't they, really? That you just put 1, 2, 3, 4 across the bottom. They're just like big fat studs. And then when you put it down on the ground, your beautiful bag isn't touching the dirt on the floor.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
Great.
So I'm just going to show you how to do the lettuce hem. Now bear with me, because what you need to do is take a smaller piece. So what you can do, and this doesn't make it that much shorter, is I took off 1 inch, okay, and I then used that to set up my machine to know how small to use my zigzag stitch. Because I was talking to John before and I said to do it on a scrap piece, and he said, but the machine will react differently to a scrap piece than something that's... So when you are doing a toile, is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Use the same type of fabric if you can, because it then it's going to react the same way, because you could do it on a piece of not as stretchy fabric, and then when you come back to do it, it wouldn't work. So
fair enough.
I will just set up.
So this is the lettuce edge.
Lettuce edge. So what you're trying to do is turn, because it's blue, I don't know if you'll be able to see. So you pull this tight, and then you can see this just curls back on itself.
So you haven't actually turned over a hem or anything like that?
No, you just got to, and it just does it by itself.
Yeah.
And then what you try and do is do a zigzag stitch back and forth, and then it does catch it. Now the video I did is on a pale blue, so it's much easier to see than this dark. But this dark blue is gorgeous.
Well, it gives us the idea anyway.
And you go a shade darker. I can't remember. John said shade darker or shade lighter when you're doing to make it invisible.
On your thread?
On your thread.
I would go darker.
Darker, so a shade darker than what you're, which I think mine possibly is the same. But so let's just do, so I've got a zigzag stitch, and then I probably need to go down. You need to go down quite low, because you're just trying to make a tiny, so I'm just going to see if that will work. And what you do is you just pull your 2 threads out the back, because once you've made your first stitch, your threads are then attached to your fabric, and you can then pull. But once your fabric is through, you can pull your fabric. Okay.
So you're just anchoring to start with.
That's too big. But as I said, you just keep going, just keep practicing.
Yeah, have a little play.
And then you'll figure it out. That's about right. So now I'm going to do it this way, so for the camera, but you'll do it that way. So hold on to your jersey.
So you're kind of stretching the edge
and
of the fabric,
depending on how hard, you're not pulling it.
No,
because if you pull it,
right,
then you're going to pull the needle. So you stretch evenly either side.
Oh, I see. You're stretching from the front and the back.
And the back.
Got you.
Yes. And then if you pull it really far, you'll get a little tiny one. And if you pull it not quite so far, you'll get a bigger lettuce hem. But do spend a while. Once I've done this, once I've done it, it sort of makes sense, and then, but you've got to get into the flow of doing it. And then you can see.
Just a gently ruffled almost edge.
Yes, and it just gives, but you don't have to do this if you don't want to. I think it looks just as nice without. But
no,
just
I've decided I want a lettuce edge on everything.
They are back in.
That's
They're very,
really clever.
They are very 80s. But they are back in now.
It's a very simple way to edge it. Of course, you could also use your overlocker.
Yes.
If you've got the 664, you could overlock the edges as well, and that would neaten them. But really, jersey doesn't need the edges finishing, does it? You could just have it a cut edge. I think that's lovely. Have a look at that. That is a really, really cool edging. Really cool edging, and that's called a lettuce edge.
There you go.
That is smashing.
And it just finishes
I like
it
that
off.
very much.
And you could do, if you wanted to, you could do a contrast colour and just make it pop.
Yeah.
If you were very confident.
Yeah. No, I think that works really nicely. Great. Well, there you go. That's how to do a lettuce edge on jersey. Elliot was saying he loves the 80s. He wasn't actually there, though, I don't think. I love the 80s, and I was there. You
I was there too.
Did you have really big hair?
I did. With
Me
I
too.
bought a diffuser with my new hairdryer, and my son didn't know what it was. And I said, I'll dry your hair with it later to show you. Diffuser. And just as big as you could, with the big hoop earrings.
With VO5 mousse
Oh, yes.
in your hair first.
Oh,
remember?
yes. Yes. And everyone's hair would crisp, and then you could pick your hair up with one strand because there was so much hairspray.
Gorgeous. Happy days. Happy days. I can still pick my hair up with one finger. Moving on. Let's recap the bundles. Remember, unfortunately, the brown PU has sold out, but we've got the beautiful navy blue or indigo blue that Dawn's been using. Now remember, in your bundle, you're getting a 1/2 metre of that PU fabric, which is really beautiful and looks stunning quilted. I've got to say, Dawn, looks absolutely beautiful quilted. Adds a whole new dimension. It's very Chanel. That's your PU in navy. You're also getting your lining fabric. And remember, Dawn used a little bit of this on the outside of one of her versions of the bag. Just tried a bit of contrast. Thought that was a lovely touch. And then you've got your 1/2 metre of jersey to make your scarf and decorative tie. Love the fact that that's multi-use. You could use silver metalware with this. You could use gold metalware with navy as well. Both would look really nice. And then you're getting your pattern for the Amy Shawl Bag. All important. Don't forget to add the metalware in with your bundle as well. 4 D-rings, that's 2 packets of D-rings, and then also 4 swivel clips. Now this is the other version without the PU. Love that bag. Absolutely love that bag that you made with this fabric version. Beautiful florals. This bit of red in there is so lovely. Bright sort of china blue, Wedgwood blue lining, and then the gorgeous cranberry or clarity red for the scarf. I think it's a beautiful bag. You're getting 1/2 metre of each of those fabrics, plus instructions, and they're really nice and thorough, the instructions. Loads of good hints and tips. And don't forget, you can always watch this show back so you can see how Dawn has made the various elements of the bag. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, you can also do that. Great price, $6.99, but, there's always a but, very limited quantities now. Lots of you going for this. The Amy Shawl Bag, $6.99. You're getting full instructions there on how to make Dawn Taylor's bag. And remember, you can mix that with your favourite quilt weight cottons. You could use some heavier upholstery weight fabrics would work, wouldn't
Canvas
they,
would
for
be
the
good, yes,
outside?
something like that, yes.
Yeah. And also, you know, a nice pop for the lining. Beautiful. Now, we've also got a couple of other things from Dawn. Vintage sausage is available, but the bright has gone. Let me just grab that bundle. So this is to make the Dawn Taylor storage cushions. Remember, you get instructions for making both the really fun sausage dog with the little feet hanging off, and then also you've got the option of making the caterpillar. Now, I'm just wondering, we've got the caterpillar. We've got the caterpillar. I want to just show you that because that is so cute. Really lovely. So you get instructions for making both, and then you're also getting the vintage panel, and this includes the faces for the caterpillar and also tucked inside for the dog. There's the caterpillar, look, with little feet. There's 6 legs. 6 legs, I think. And is that ribbon?
That's ribbon, yes.
Yeah, just ribbon to attach them. No reason why you can't add more legs if you want to. Absolutely lovely. You're getting a big roll of felt actually. Really big roll. Look at this. All this lovely felt on a cardboard roll included. So plenty of extra, perhaps for your Halloween crafting or to make more of these bags. Of course, once you get the idea, you could use scrap fabrics, charm packs, things like that, couldn't you, for the fabrics? And then you're also getting a metre of coordinating fabric, and this is for the front and the back of the cushion. But I think as well, Dawn, you've turned that one into is it a drawstring bag?
It's a drawstring bag, yes. I just saw it on the back of a child with the legs just going like this.
Yeah,
I thought it looked cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great idea. Anything that encourages the kids to tidy up their laundry off the floor.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And me.
Just general things. Now, you can get the pattern on its own if you'd like. This is £9.99. And again, you're getting full instructions, lots of lovely pictures, detailed instructions as well, and full-size templates for creating your dog or caterpillar storage cushion. Yum. Now then, we've also got a couple of other patterns. Now, we've only got the instructions on their own for these, but this is fab. I love this. I came into the studio and saw this and thought, what a brilliant idea. It's the vegetable garden play set. Just so much fun. So you've got like the sort of rows of soil and there's space in between them for putting in things like cabbages and carrots, and I think possibly spinach. You've got packets of seeds, so you can plant the seeds. You've got a little spade, a little trowel, and you've also got some tomatoes, potatoes. Oh, it's so much fun. Great way of using felt. Absolutely lovely. That is really clever. Now that's when you see Dawn's background in teaching young children in nursery.
They loved it when I took it into nursery. They absolutely loved it.
That is brilliant.
Hours of play, definitely.
So if you regularly have the grandchildren over and need a little extra something to help them play and learn while they're playing, that's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? The instructions on their own, £9.99. Really detailed, lovely full-size templates for, I think, a really unique make this. I've not seen anything like this anywhere else. I think that's smashing. So that's that. And then we've also got a tablet rest. Now this is a great Christmas gift idea, I think. Making these, it's got some little ears on the back, which are super cute. For resting your tablet, your Kindle, your e-reader, rather than having to hold it. That's the hardest thing about using an e-reader, isn't it? Having to sit there holding it. But this way, and you can see the little ears peeping out from behind. You can add them, you can not add them, it's up to you. But you're getting full instructions there for £9.99. Again, really nice and detailed, those instructions. A template as well. And then Dawn always uses a sewing machine mat when she's on air, a caddy and pin cushion, and lots of questions about this. Well, can I get the pattern? Here they are. It's Dawn Taylor's caddy and pin cushion, £9.99. That's a really good make, that, isn't it? I love the fact that you've got pockets to keep things handy. You can keep your clips, keep your scissors, rotary cutter. You've also got your bit bag. There it is in the flesh. Do you use that all the time?
It's in all of my live videos, and I've got different ones I've made smaller. You can make the detachable ones, and then I just have them where I lose all my seam rippers. It's because they're all sitting in various ones.
Oh, that's really neat. And has that got the puff patchwork?
That's what they are, yes. And then I lay my seam ripper in the centre.
Well, that's where one of them
but
is.
They don't. And then this is for your scissors. But yeah,
clever.
So I lay my seam ripper in there, but I still go round and they're not in there.
They're not in there. Dawn was confessing earlier, right? We had a Sunday confessional, didn't we? Dawn was saying that she's got 6 seam rippers.
6 seam rippers.
But can never find one.
No.
which sounds about right. I can absolutely relate.
It gets buried under the table, doesn't it?
It really does. You're such a relatable sewer, Dawn. I've loved watching your demos this morning.
Thank you.
And you've imparted so much knowledge and so many good tips and ideas, especially for working with PU. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you know when you're coming back?
The third. No, I can't. I'm back twice in November, but I can't remember what the dates are. They're Thursdays. I know that.
I will ask for Thursdays.
Thank you.
Only Thursdays for me from now on. Thanks, Dawn.
Thank you.
Really nice to see you. Now we're going to go to a break now, and then when we come back, we're going to have a kit roundup. It's our final hour here on Sewing Street, so don't go anywhere. Just enough time to go and grab yourself a little snack, and I'll see you right back here with our fabric roundup.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Got a quilt in my hand, so I'm happy. Oh my goodness, welcome back to our last hour on Sewing Street, and this is a kit roundup. We've got so many beautiful fabrics in this hour. Now, if you haven't already used your 10% off voucher, this is a great opportunity because you're going to make some really significant savings. Remember the voucher booklet we sent out a little while ago with orders. This is the day to use your 10% off everything apart from machines. So literally any of these kits, any of these fabric packs you can use. Really good opportunity to make some big savings now. We're starting with Dina Design's Double Paradise Quilt Kit. I've been looking at this for so many weeks. Every time I come into the office, this is stunning, absolutely beautiful. I'm not big enough. I'm not big enough to show off the whole thing, but it's 153 centimetres square. It's absolutely brilliant. It's a quilt lovers, it's a scrap quilt lovers dream, I think. It is so beautiful. The colour combinations are divine, absolutely divine. Now, you know, I think most of us look at a quilt like that and say, I love it, I'd love to make it, but I wouldn't know where to start with putting those colours and fabrics together. Job done, because we've got everything we need to make that quilt to make the quilt front, certainly, in our kit. So let me open this up and show you what's inside. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, all wrapped in tissue. It's a present to yourself, isn't it? So you're getting, of course, the design. You're getting all that lovely design in there, how to piece the blocks together. This is easily pieced, but it's for a confident beginner and up, I would say. And then I'm just releasing the... Oh, my goodness me. Oh, this is lovely. This gives me little sort of heart palpitations. Oh, it's lovely. And it's so, so giftable, isn't it? And you've got all that beautiful fabric in there. Look at this. All these beautiful prints, and you've got some solid in there as well. Really divine, these. These are lovely. Delicate multi-tonal. There's a bit of fabric tucked in there as well. More solid. That's very pretty. Just oodles and oodles of gorgeous fabric, all bundled together. It's very, very giftable. It's a brilliant price for everything you need to make this quilt top. And I suspect as well, I'm just going to check that you've got the fabric for the binding as well. I believe you do. 59 inches square, that quilt. That is a real thing of beauty, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. And it's simple piecing, half square triangles for the most part. So it is beginner friendly, confident beginner, because you're taking that piecing and then just setting it slightly differently. So it'll still keep you nicely occupied and interested. £139.99. Now remember, if you're using your 10% saving voucher, that means that you're going to save around about £14. Just on that, just on that. I also adore the fact that it's a rectangular box, so if I'm going to give it to somebody, it's easy to wrap. Thank you very much, I'll take that. So that's the double paradise. Now, talking of easy to wrap and would make a gorgeous gift, let's go to the Cafe chilled quilt kit. I'm going to grab up the quilt so you can see that first, because it's all about what you can make, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. Cafe always designs the most amazing quilts. This one is absolutely beginner friendly. Amazing to get everything you need to make a Cafe facet quilt for under £100. Look at all that gorgeous pattern and colour in there. It's on split pay too. 2 split pays are £49.99, so you only have to pay the first one to get this home, and you can get cracking. Get the rotary cutter out, get making. Talk about snuggling under that in the autumn and winter to keep you warm. It is really beautiful. It's a riot of colour, and that's what Cafe does best, isn't it? That is absolutely what Cafe does. Now let's have a little look inside and see what we're getting, because it's quite pinky, isn't it? And I want to just check on the old fabrics. It's always nice to see what's in the box anyway, isn't it? Oh, okay, this makes it nice and easy. So you're getting the design roll for starters. So you're going to use that design roll, and then you've also got fabric in there to create the binding, I imagine, and you're also getting the and also the setting triangles, and then you're also getting full instructions as well. That is an absolutely stunning quilt, isn't it? Really beautiful, very nice and simple. That could be your first quilt. I think if you took that along to Quilt Club and said this was my first ever quilt that I made, I think everyone would be very impressed. Really beautiful. Well done, Cafe. That's the chilled quilt kit. Now then, we've got a lovely design from Moda. Again, beautifully boxed, so very, very giftable. We haven't got the finished quilt here, but we do have an image. I'm just looking to rip this open. Oh, this is really lovely. Oh, now this is really good value, actually. Let me show you what's inside. There's the quilt. Beautiful, beautiful design again. Under £100 and on 2 split pays of £49.99. Gosh, you know, if you have the 2 split pays, you actually pay £99.98. Sorry for pointing that out. I just said it. Have the split pays. Now this is called Wind Drifter. So you're getting triangles on a roll for half square triangles. You've also got your pattern and instructions on how to use your triangles on a roll. And then look, you're getting all of those beautiful fabrics. I love this. And that combination of lime green and teal and blue is simply divine. It's not a plain, this, by the way. You've got a lovely cream and white design there. That is absolutely stunning. It's only been on once before, so it hasn't really had very much attention. But again, it's one of those designs that every time I walk past it in the office, I'm thinking, wow, that is stunning. This, remember, is your triangles on a roll. So effectively what they are is half square triangles, but you make them on a paper foundation. So you lay your 2 fabrics together, right sides together, so your patterned fabric and your contrast fabric or whatever, right sides together in a strip. You get told the width, you lay this on top and pin it, and then you sew on the dotted lines. And then when you've sewn on the dotted lines, you cut on the solid lines, tear the paper away, and you've got perfect half square triangles. So it's a way of making the half square triangles perfect without really having to try very hard. And that is a stunning quilt, isn't it? It is absolutely beautiful, beautifully boxed. It's a design by Robin Pickens as well, who is one of my favourite Moda designers. It's just lovely. It was demoed on the 16th of September, so if you want to see how to use those triangles on a roll or how the quilt goes together, just watch back. But please, please use your 10% voucher today if you've got one, if you haven't already. And if you have already used that 10% voucher, you can use it again. You're not only allowed to use it once, you can keep using it. Don't forget, if you've bought something else as well, you've already paid your £3.95 postage. That works for the whole day, as does your 10% voucher. So many lovely things today. Now then, let's go to tropical flowers. Oh, now these are lovely. Again, very, very beginner friendly, these. These are from Village Fabrics. Now, shall we go? What do you want? Shall we go? The really bright one, definitely. Now, this is a gorgeous size quilt. It's 44 inches square. So what I would consider to be a really good sized lap quilt. Village Fabrics have said it's 2 cotton reels difficult out of 5. So I would call that, again, confident beginner. Nice and simple piecing. It's rectangles and squares with a couple of borders. So this could again be your first quilt. What's fantastic about this is, hello, we've got all of the fabric that we need to make the entire quilt top. All of these lovely bright colours. We've got this fabulous, what's the flower now? Hibiscus, thank you. A hibiscus flower fabric. Hibiscus Island. We're going on holiday to Hibiscus Island. Love that film. And then we've got a gorgeous stripe as well. And tone on tone in the background too. Full instructions, of course. Amazing. If you've ever had a Village Fabrics kit before, you'll know they're amazing quality. They put together their kits so well. Village Fabrics are behind the Sew a Row quilt, aren't they? Yeah, I've seen that. That's amazing too. I think what they do with these kits is they allow, you know, quick quilt, simple quilt, beginner quilt to look absolutely stunning. Gorgeous. Well done, you guys. and that's $49.99 for a 44-inch square lap quilt. Now that also comes in a light tropical version as well. There are the details on screen. This is the cream version. This is really lovely, isn't it? Got a nice mix of sort of teals, greens, rose pinks, hibiscus pinks. You've got that wonderful tropical print that's really featured in the squares throughout the quilt. And then that chalky stripe as well. So everything in the kit that you'll need to make that quilt top. You just add your own batting and backing fabric. I would be seeing if I could get hold of something kind of big and flowery like that hibiscus print to go on the back. That would be fun. But you could also use a solid on the back. Maybe the bright pink or maybe the teal would be nice. Pick any of those colours. It's going to look stunning. $49.99 is a really good price, but you could also save yourself a £5 on that kit by simply using your 10% voucher today. Keep using it. Wring every bit of value out of that 10% code today. I should be so miffed if you don't. I'll be miffed. I'll be miffed. I will be miffed. I've said it now. There. Now, I've got lots of lovely things on the counter here. But we're going to start with the Alice Caroline Flower Power Cushion. Let me grab these. There it is. Oh, stunning. Now then, have a look at this. Have a look at this. That's delicious, isn't it? Alice Caroline, of course, very, very well known for using beautiful Liberty fabrics for her designs. Now, £24.99 to get everything you need. That is fab. This is a 16-inch square cushion. It's confident beginner intermediate level. You've got some really nice techniques in there. I love the little bees. I love that little bit of stitching. And what you're getting in your kit here is all the fabrics that you need. They're all Liberty fabrics. They're all lawn fabrics as well. So they have the most wonderful silky quality to them. They feel so soft and silky. Fab. And that's what we've got right there. All your fabrics contained within, plus of course your full instructions. Flower Power Cushion. It's a really good price too. Remember, this is Liberty fabric, and you know, if you've ever been to Liberty, you can't buy little bits of fabric like this. If they do ever have small bits of fabric, they cost the earth. But you're getting all of these beautifully put together into this kit. Look what you've got here. Really nice. Sweet little bundle of fabrics. They feel so soft and silky. They almost feel like silk, but they're a cotton tanner lawn. And then you've got your cotton for the actual cushion itself. And then really very, very detailed instructions, a veritable book of instructions there with all your full-size templates, placement diagrams, how to put the whole thing together. That is really detailed. Never be put off, by the way, by really thick instructions or what look like very detailed instructions. Don't let that put you off and make you think that this must be a complicated project. It's simply that the designer has gone out of their way to make sure it's as clear and easy to follow as they possibly can. It means you're supported every step of the way. Great design, that. Something nice to work on over autumn and winter, and then come the spring, get it out in the garden, in your favourite chair, soak up the sun, enjoy. That is lovely. Really like that. Has that been demonstrated on air, Producer Hannah? Yeah, we have seen that on air. We've done some key stages. 19th of September, if you want to look back on that one. That's lovely. Shall we do the other Alice Caroline while we're here? This is the Wiltshire Star Cushion. Oh, that, excuse me, that's lovely. Now, again, very appealing, this one, for all levels of quilter. Absolute beginners could tackle this. Lovely. Now, you've got finish sizes 16-inch square and 12-inch square. That's amazing. And that's the pink colourway. Those are really lovely. Beautiful. We've only got 10 left though, so be quick. It's $34.99. You're getting all your fabrics there. Beginner level, I would say, but any level of quilter could make that. It makes 2. It's not just 1. You get 16-inch square and a 12-inch square cushion out of one kit. And of course you can use your 10% discount. Now if you think about what you would pay for a Liberty lawn cushion, patchwork cushion, if you went to Liberty, I would make sure you take your checkbook. Because you would pay a lot of money for 1 and you're getting 2 out of the kit. Really pretty. Remember, that's the pink colourway that you're getting. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Now, we've got some little embroidery cross stitch. I'm going to grab this one first. This is a cross stitch kit and it's called Betty the Blue Tit. This is really lovely. Now I do like a slow stitching project for over the winter. Got a nice daylight lamp which I use, the magnifying glass. I'm that age, it definitely helps. This is Betty the Blue Tit. The cross stitch size actually finished is 8 inches square. So nice size, really nice for framing. You're getting the pre-sorted DMC threads and instructions. You're getting 14 count Ada fabric. You're getting a full colour chart. You're getting needles as well. So this is everything you need. Just add in a hoop. 21st of September this was launched. That's lovely. I just think, as I say, a nice slow stitching project during the autumn winter is lovely. Sit in your conservatory if you have one, just sit next to the window, get that natural daylight. Or if you're doing this in the evenings, I'd recommend a daylight bulb lamp, you know, really helps. But a lovely project to while away the winter evenings. And I love a kit where you've got everything. Ada, all the threads are pre-sorted. You've got your needle, you've got your full instructions. Just add a hoop, just a wooden embroidery hoop added in for that, and then you're away. You probably got those at home. $22.99. Lovely. Now, next we've got, now I remember meeting the lovely, was it Debbie? I want to say Debbie, from Oh So Beautiful. I remember that the designer is called Steph. It was the 23rd of September and we had a look at this. Now what you've got in here is an embroidery fabric. It's printed fabric. I'll show you what you get. Now you're getting the printed fabric. Okay, so no following charts and no having to colour in fabric first. You've got your fabric printed and you've got your stitch guide and full instructions. Now what you'll do with this, it's $12.99. You're going to hoop this and then you're going to work the embroidery. It was Gemma, not Debbie, Gemma. You're going to work your embroidery. All of the stitches that you use are in the stitch guide, and there's also the colour requirements that you need in there. So you can use your DMC threads and match them up and embroider that lovely design. Works really well as a piece of hooped stitch art, but you could also work it into a bigger project. It's really sweet, that. Really sweet. Loved their designs. That is from Oh So Beautiful. Now I've got one more of their kits. Now this is actually a full kit that you're getting here. This has got everything in it. Let me show you this. Now then, in this kit you're getting everything that you need. This is $22.99 and this is the Cherry Blossom kit. Let me show you that. Really gorgeous. So what you've got there, I think this is when you really get the gist of the printed background. So the background fabric is printed with that sort of almost soft focus branches in the background and blossom, and then the branch and all of the blossoms is printed on top of that, and then that's what you're going to embroider in. Now in the kit you're actually getting the embroidery hoop, you're getting the cotton printed fabric, you're getting all of your stranded threads, and then you're also getting your instructions and stitch guide, and also some padding and a needle. And what Gemma was showing us when she came in and demoed, Oh So Beautiful recommends that you put some polyester batting behind your fabric before you hoop it, and then you embroider through both the fabric and the padding, and it just creates more definition in the stitching. It was a beautiful effect. I thought it was a really clever idea, and in this kit you're getting absolutely everything. The only thing you need to add are a pair of scissors. You've even got the needle, and you've got absolutely everything, including the embroidery hoop as well, for £22.99, and that's a lovely little bit of stitched art. What was also very nice, Gemma was telling me that she and Steph both use embroidery as a way of calming mind and body, as a sort of mindfulness activity, so they can just sit, relax, chill, do some nice slow hand stitching and just be in the moment, which I just think is wonderful. And that's really the sort of ethos behind their kits. It's a nice slow mindful stitching that just sort of takes you somewhere else. Really beautiful kits these, and I love the fact that you've got everything in there for £22.99. Now then, we're going to do some of the dogs. I've got a whole pack of dogs out on the table in front of me. Let's start with the French Bulldog. Here he is. Oh, he's a lovely boy, lovely boy. I'm going to just push these out of the way. I'm talking to the dog currently. These are brilliant. Now, first of all, we've got the panel on its own. Now, £2.49. These are absolutely amazing. Multi-buy these. There's a cushion front, isn't there? Very, very wonderful that. You've got your French Bulldog. He's wearing a bow tie and a pair of very smart glasses that make him look intelligent. Or is that just me today? No, maybe it's just the French Bulldog. But that's amazing price, isn't it? You've got this wonderful sort of canvas that it's printed on. Perfect for a bag front, perfect for cushions as well. You could literally just back this. I would also think about maybe putting some piping cord around the outside. This fabric itself is 80 cotton, 20 poly, so it's an 80-20 mix. That is absolutely gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. So fun, isn't it? And I love this teal background to the dog too. So that's your French Bulldog. Maybe you know somebody who's got a French Bulldog who loves the breed. Great little gift for them. Really nice gift. And for £2.49, I think that's an absolute steal. And remember, if you were going to use your 10% discount, you'd get money off that too. Multi-buy. Now you can also buy a matching fabric by the ½ metre, and that's this fabric right here. So what you've got there, and this is extra wide, right? This is extra wide. So it's the same design. It's the little French Bulldog with specs on and a bow tie, 140 centimetres wide. So well over what you need in order to back this cushion, or to do like an envelope back or a wrap back for your cushion. There's loads of different options. That's only £5.99 for a ½ metre. And you can multi-buy ½ metres and get a continuous length, am I right? Yeah, I am right. So if you want more of that, or if you want to get like ½ metre of that fabric in, say, 2 panels, you could make a pair of matching cushions. Very, very good price, that. Now then, we've got other options of dogs, and I'm just having a look for the sheep. Oh, cute. Is that this one right here with the red spotty bow tie? Oh, lovely, lovely. Now this is down as the sheepdog. Yeah, it is definitely a collie, isn't it? I think it's a rough collie. Beautiful. Got the lovely bit of kind of gold and brown and tan. Beautiful. That is so lovely. Really appealing. Lots of lovely expression as well in the eyes, which I think is really important. That's beautiful. So that's the panel, £2.49. I would be multi-buying these. I would be multi-buying these. These are gifts for all your dog-loving friends, aren't they? A tote bag or a cushion. I'm sure there's lots of other things you could use. You could, of course, make these up into quilts. I would use more of the toning fabric with them so that you've got the same kind of weight together. So that's £2.49 for the panel. And then we've also got matching fabric by the ½ metre. And here's that one. We're down to the last 7 metres of this fabric. It's only ever been on once before, so you're obviously loving it. Look at that. It's really cute. And the image is flipped. So he's sort of facing to the right and to the left. I'm saying he because of that gorgeous bow tie, but of course it could be a she. Really lovely, isn't it? And at £5.99 for a ½ metre, £2.49 for a panel, you could get 2 panels plus a ½ metre for less than £11. That is amazing value. Quick bit of stitching and you've got a couple of Christmas gifts for under £6 each. Brilliant. That's really fab. Now then, more. I love the pug. I love the pug. Look in the lei. This is a great design. So this is a little pug wearing a lei. Is it a lei? I think it's a ruffle. I think it's like a circus ruffle maybe, or something like that. How cute. Really cute. That's £2.49 again. This would be really nice with bobble trim around the outside of a cushion, multicoloured, all these different colours, if you can find some bobble trim with those colours. Or green bobble trim would be really nice. £2.49 for the panel. Then we've also got the coordinating fabric. You get the idea. Again, there's enough fabric in ½ metre to do envelope backs for 2 cushions. So just a hint if you're multi-buying. Now there are loads of other options. My particular favourite is the Dalmatian. I'll show you the panel just really quickly because he is just absolutely gorgeous. How lovely. Beautiful. Really cool. Looks great. I think these are terrific. £2.49 is an absolute brilliant price. I can't stop showing them to you. Look. It's a dog, but it's got glasses on. Lovely. Oh, there we go. That's the Dachshund, by the way. And that is the Dalmatian. Beautiful. Have a look on the web. Pick your favourite breed and go for it. Absolutely lovely, those. Really lovely. Now, what about snowmen and snow ladies too? We've got a whole family, in fact. These are absolutely gorgeous. Let's get the finished articles. Oh, hello. Oh, is hat separate? Look. You've got enough in the bundle to make mum, dad and baby. Okay, there they are. This is great for winter decorating, isn't it, or Christmas decorating. Make the little family. They were demoed with Rebecca Reed on the 22nd of September. Now, what you're getting in this bundle is you're getting a fabric panel right here, which you've got everything to make all 3. There's such a lot on one panel. I really do need to show you what's on. You get all the hats and scarves as well. They're all separate. Look at all that. Look at that. I mean, literally every square inch of that panel has got stuff on it. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So that's your panel to make the snowman family. And you've also got your full instructions that go with in order for you to make the family as well. Let's just find the centre and fold that up nicely. And then you're also getting a little pin badge. That's adorable. Oh, it's so adorable, look. Little pin. Little. Look at that. Really cute. And then also within the pattern instructions, you get like a sort of additional little bonus, which is instructions on how to knit hats and scarves for the whole family as well, using your scrap yarns. So you're just getting the instructions. Now grab them over and just show you. Sorry. Oh, there we go. There he is. Smashing that, isn't it? For $19.99, it's brill. You might have missed out when this was on first. Just wanted to show you, look, how you can switch up the look. If you've got some spare yarns, you can knit up a little woolly hat. Look, it's got a little knitted hat and a little knitted scarf. That is, oh, hello. I'm just going to lay this down. How lovely. Now you need some toy stuffing. So I would highly recommend, if you're going for Amber Makes Snowman Family Kit, I would go on the website and I would get yourself a bag of toy stuffing. You'll only need one bag of toy stuffing for the whole family. Absolutely lovely. And the other thing that you might have a little look for are some little buttons as well, because the person who's made this up has added some little buttons as well to the front. So they're really cute too. Now, another thing that you could put inside these, just to help them to stand up, is you could put pellets, plastic pellets, in the bottom of them. So we're just going to show you the details. 1 kilogram of plastic pellets. These are recycled polythene pellets, and that's $5.99. Lovely message from Anne in John O'Groats. Hey Anne, how are you? Hiya everyone. Ooh, lots of goodies today, especially with 10% discount. Well done to Sewing Street. Well, thank you very much, but well done to you. I mean, just make the most of it, I think. It's a great day. We've had so many lovely fabrics, so many lovely kits. A brilliant day for stocking up. A brilliant day actually to use your 10% to stock up your stash as well. Make the most of it. Absolutely make the most of it. Super. Thanks for that message. Now, lots of you have got the Snowman family in your baskets. Do remember to check out. They've only been on once before, and as time ticks on, they'll probably sell out very quickly, I think. So do be quick for that. Now then, we've got a few more things to look at. Now then, here we go. We've got a panel bundle. Oh, now originally when we had this on air, it was a free motion quilting show, 13th of September. And I do think these panels are brilliant for practicing your quilting on, but they're also just a piece of art in their own right. Now this one is a dahlia, very seasonal. This would look great right now, wouldn't it, with those lovely oranges and rusts. So you're getting 3 panels. I'm going to show all 3 of them to you. Here's the second one that you get. And again, a really fantastic opportunity to practice your free motion quilting or hand quilting, embellishing. Each one of these could be made up into a wall hanging. These are lilies, obviously. These are your lilies. They're absolutely lovely. And they all work together as well. So if you wanted to do all 3 and then hang them like in a triptych, 1, 2, 3, you could absolutely do that. They'd look great behind a bed. They'd look wonderful behind a sofa or settee as well, wouldn't they? And then this one is much kind of darker and richer. That is lovely. That's the Japanese anemone. Beautiful. And I could imagine as well, once this was all quilted and bound, then sitting down with hand needle and thread and adding some beads, bugle beads, seed beads to the centre of the flowers, and maybe a little of hand stitch detail as well, just to pick out some of the key features. It's a really, really beautiful idea, isn't it? The patchwork background and then the flowers on top. Lovely opportunity to make something a bit special. Yeah. Really lovely that. And if you know how keen I am on you practicing your free motion quilting too, so this is a great opportunity. Now that huge bundle is only £25.98 and you're getting all three of those. Don't they look stunning? Absolutely beautiful, those. Remember, you're not having to make a choice. You can get all three in this bundle: the dahlia, the lily and the Japanese anemone. Each one of those would make a lovely gift too, wouldn't they, for a sewing friend? Maybe with a reel of friends. Oh, Hannah has a lovely idea, our producer. She said, you know, because like lilies, you can't really have in a house with cats because they're poisonous for them. If you know somebody who's got cats, you could maybe quilt this up for them and then they can have some lilies without. And some people don't like the smell either, do they? My friend Sal doesn't like the smell of lilies. That is lovely. Hannah doesn't like the smell either. There we go, fantastic. Now, we've also got some kimono cushion kits. And I saw these just yesterday. Fantastic. Gosh, I love these. What a beautiful selection of fabrics. I'll show you the front first of all. Let me just move the doggies back a tiny bit. So this is a kimono cushion cover. And what you've got there is you've got the pieced kimono in the centre and then you've got these lovely borders around it. It's a 16 by 16 inch finished cushion. And what you're getting inside are all the fabrics. Look at those. This is the red version. You've got the little bit here for the collar. You've even got a little charm as well to go on your finished piece of work. And then you've got all the fabrics plus full instructions for less than £20. £19.99 for that full kit. Really, really lovely. A bit special that. And again, I would perhaps add some cord around the outside would be lovely. You could also use this, of course, for the front of a bag. That would be smashing. Maybe use something like a nice deep red. This deep red would be lovely for the back or the lining of a bag. Absolutely splendid. So this is Sew with Beth kimono cushion cover. Now we also do that in a blue version, and that's what I've got right here. So same design, they'd mix and match really well together. You've got that little charm again. This I think is for the collar. Again, really generously sized pieces of fabrics. If that's what you're getting for the collar, when you have a look at the collar, it's only little. 16-inch square cushion, or use it as a bag front or a bag back. In fact, you could have two-tone and use both. These would work very, very well together, actually. Really beautiful. And £19.99 is the price for the blue. What a fantastic range of fabrics and kits we've had on this show. Now, just want to remind you about the Snowmen family. £19.99 from Amber Makes, the Snowman Family Kit. Include instructions and panel, an exclusive Snowman pin badge. There they are. Don't forget as well, you've got instructions in there for how to knit hats and scarves for your family as well. If you prefer to do that, you can do both. And that was demoed on the 22nd of September. So if you want to watch back. Now I'm reminding you about the Snowman family because this is going absolutely wild. You're loving this. It is a fantastic panel and kit, isn't it? Just my recommendation would be add in a bag of toy stuffing into your order so that you've got absolutely everything you need. If you want some little buttons as well. We don't send stuffing out with the kits because we have had feedback that you don't need it all. You've got basically you've got an insulating layer in your homes now of toy stuffing because we've sent out so much in kits. The other thing as well is, I think, makes the package very big, doesn't it, if you've got that in as well all the time with every kit. And you don't need a full bag of toy stuffing in order to make those snowmen. Now then, we're back over here because we want to just recap on a couple of things. Now, we've started recently the Alice Caroline Over the Rainbow quilt, and that comes out as blocks. Now then, let me find block 1 while we find a picture. That is stunning, isn't it? This is the full quilt, the Alice Caroline Over the Rainbow quilt, and we're doing this week by week. Now, Anna is in on late November, and that will be moving on to row 2. So far we've done row 1, blocks 1, 2 and 3, and each block comes as a complete kit. You get all the fabric for the Dresden plate, you also get the fabric for the background, and gosh, I don't need to tell you how difficult it would be, now and impossible I think, to go out and find all those individual fabrics. So what's fabulous about getting this kit is you're getting absolutely everything in there to create that block. 7th of November, Anna will be back to show us the start of row 2. That is absolutely lovely. So we've got Alice Caroline Over the Rainbow quilt block 1, Mitzi Red, sorry, £24.99. That's named after the border print. And what you've got, let me just show you in the actual pack, you've got the fabric for that border as well, right here. So you've got your sashing, that's the Mitzi Red. So of course you could use these to create a cushion. So maybe you just want block 1, you're going to make that up as a cushion and that's it. They're all different fabrics, each one's different. But I think it's just going to make the most divine quilt, isn't it? Really lovely. It's going to be an heirloom in your family. And actually, here's, oh my goodness, what a great thought. In the finished quilt, there will be over 100 different Liberty print fabrics, all in that quilt. So if you really love Liberty, or you know somebody that does, what a fantastic project to make. And I love the fact that you're going to collect these packs weekly, spreads the cost as well, spreads the work too, so you can work on a block a week. But don't worry, if you've missed the start, you can buy these blocks still, but don't leave it too long, they will sell out. This is block 1, £24.99. Now then, block 2, oh, this is luscious, with a more kind of purpley, plummy, amethysty, in fact. Now, my birthday is in February, and my birthstone is amethyst. And this has got a lovely amethysty tone to it, hasn't it? It's got this lovely amethyst fabric around the outside for the sashing. Very, very different. If I just show you block 1, totally different. It's amazing, isn't it, how the same design looks different. Really, really lovely, that. So I wouldn't fancy trying to collect all these fabrics. I don't have to, because they're all collected in this kit. You're getting the fabric for the background, you're getting all of the fabric for the Dresden blades, you're also getting the fabric for the sashing and the cornerstones as well. £24.99. There it is in the finished quilt. Just gorgeous, that. Then one more, and then you've got row 3 completed, and that's block 3. And this one is called Fion Yellow. And again, that's after the yellow fabric that's been used for the sashing. So all the fabrics to create your block. Again, £24.99 for that. Remember, if you only want to make 2 or 3 of these, you could make a lovely table runner just using blocks 1, 2 and 3. You might wonder at this stage, you know, am I up to making the full quilt? Well, you've only got to make one block. Make one block, See how you get on. Just pick your favourite colourway. You could always make it up as a bag front or a cushion front. 3 of them together would make a lovely table runner. 5 of them in the row would make a lovely bed runner. But what I really like about this is you're getting everything you need fabric-wise to make that beautiful block. And the block size is 12 inches or 16 inches. I think it's probably 16 inches then. Doesn't say on the outside. It looks a good size anyway. There we go. That's the Alice Caroline Over the Rainbow Quilt Block 3 in Fion Yellow. Don't forget, I'm not going to say it again, 10% off everything if you use your code for today. Everything bar machines. Now, we'll do tomorrow's menu before we say goodbye. Here it is. At 8 a.m. is the Henry Glass Nana May Lap Quilt with Wendy Orlando. At 9 a.m. it's Henry Glass Fabrics, love them. 10 a.m. the Woodland Creatures game with Wendy Orlando. That sounds intriguing. I know what I'll be doing at 10 a.m. At 11 a.m. it's Animal Fabrics Hour. And then at 12 it's the Block of the Month Part 6 with Wendy Orlando. So a great morning, not one to miss. The 12 o'clock, by the way, is over on Yarn Lane. It's a yarn block of the month. Fab. Well, great morning coming up tomorrow. I hope you'll be able to join us. Thanks for staying with me for the whole morning or for joining me just for this hour. I hope you've enjoyed it. Have a brilliant rest of the Sunday, brilliant rest of the weekend. If you've run in the London Marathon today, I hope you did well and beat your personal best. Have a good rest now. And I will see you very soon. Take care of yourself.